Chapter 1284. Not long ago, the Great Zhou Dynasty's Snowgale County. At this moment, at the foot of Mist Mountain, the capital of Snowgale Country, a new city was gradually being built. On the side of Mist Mountain, a Taoist field was being built at the same time. The person who did it was a woman in a purple robe, and beside her was a young man with a medium build who was peacefully talking to the people next to him. The people who talked to them were not companions, but were divided into three camps: the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Qin Dynasty, and the Northern Militant Imperial Court. The leader of the Great Zhou Dynasty was a Yuanying ancestor who was very low-key and let Dao Master Changle of the Great Qin Dynasty take the lead. The person from the Northern Militant Imperial Court who came here was also a late Yuanying warrior. In terms of cultivation, they were all higher than the young man in front of them and the woman who was trying to build the new city, but no one looked down on these two juniors who were less than a fraction of their age, especially the young man with a medium build, except for Dao Master Changle. The other two late Yuanying ancestors didn't even have the confidence to fight against this man. Dao Master Changle looked at him with eyes full of praise. "So, Immortal Wu's mansion will be built in Mist Mountain?" The young man was naturally the first disciple of Immortal Wu Yuhongyan Xianmen Tianzong, the first disciple of the second-generation successor disciple of Snowgale Valley, Zhao Huan. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and his tone was calm and respectful. "Yes, this is the idea that Master had a long time ago." Dao Master Changle and the leaders of the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Northern Militant Imperial Court nodded slightly. In fact, this was also expected. The origin of Lin Feng's fourth disciple, Yu Hongyan, was no longer a secret. As an orphan of Snowgale Country, now that the country was being rebuilt, it was natural to take care of him. Dao Master Changlu and the others had a rough understanding of Zhao Huan, who was also from the Snowgale Kingdom, just like Yu Hongyan. For them, the significance of Snowgale Country was far from ordinary. Although Mist Mountain couldn't be considered as a holy land for cultivation, and could even be considered as an extremely ordinary place, it wasn't surprising that Yu Hongyan chose to build a side residence here. But because of this, Dao Master Changlu and the others had to pay attention. There was no need to mention the Great Zhou Dynasty. Snowgale Country bordered their territory. Although the relationship between the Great Zhou Dynasty and Xianmen Tianzong had greatly eased after Liang Qian ascended to the throne, the hatred between Snowgale and the Great Zhou Dynasty could not be eliminated in a short period of time. With Xianmen Tianzong standing behind him, the rise of Snowgale Country was inevitable, even if it was hard to compare with the Great Zhou, the Great Qin, and the Northern Militant in the short term, but its future prospects were something that the Great Zhou Dynasty could not ignore. Following the fall of Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu, the upper echelons might be able to maintain their rationality, but the emotions of the lower echelons might not be appeased in a short period of time. Once there was any conflict, even if Yu Hongyan and Zhao Huan were reasonable, it would not be a good thing for the Great Zhou Dynasty, which was treading on thin ice. Although the Great Qin Dynasty and the Northern Militant Imperial Court had always been on good terms with Xianmen Tianzong, there were many things that needed to be considered in advance in the face of Snowgale Country, which also bordered them, in case they were caught unprepared. Zhao Huan could see the thoughts of Dao Master Changlu and the others, but he did not point it out. He just continued to say, "After Master returns from Yingxi, she will cultivate in seclusion. When she is not here, I will take care of this place. Please take care of me." Dao Master Changlu and the others repeatedly said that they would not dare to do so, but they felt a little relieved. The meaning of Zhao Huan's words was tantamount to saying that whether it was Yu Hongyan or Xianmen Tianzong behind him, they had no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of Snowgale Country, nor did they intend to help Snowgale Country expand. The late-stage Yuanying warrior of the Northern Militant Imperial Court said, Supreme Tianjing and Supreme Tianing are too serious. Snowgale Country is a country of brothers of the Northern Militant Imperial Court. If there is anything, the Northern Militant Imperial Court will lend a helping hand. Zhao Huan smiled and nodded. I thank you in advance. The purple-robed woman next to him was his junior sister, another outstanding second-generation successor, disciple of Snowgale Valley, Ku Jing. In the late stage of the war between the two realms, after many hardships, she felt that she had broken through the bottleneck and immediately returned to the mountain to cultivate in seclusion. Finally, not long ago, she passed the Void Thunder Tribulation and formed the Yuanying realm, achieving the Yuanying realm. Ku Jing also thanked the warrior of the Northern Militant Imperial Court. Her hands did not stop moving the mountain stones, under the condition of maintaining the original style of Mist Mountain as much as possible. She built a cave residence. In the future, this would be the second residence of her master, Martial Immortal Yu Hongyan. However, at this moment, Ku Jing was only in the preliminary stage of construction. The real arrangement would have to wait for Yu Hongyan himself to come back from Yinghai to personally deal with it. At that time, he would most likely ask Li Yuanfang to come over and help arrange the formation. Zhao Huan was talking with Dao Master Changle and the others. Behind him stood a few people, all of whom were disciples of Snowgale Valley. There were second-generation successor disciples and third-generation successor disciples. One of them was a tall young man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked valiant and had a bit of a rough temperament, but his eyes were firm and calm. His expression did not change. He secretly transmitted his voice to a fellow disciple next to him. Junior Brother Qin, why do you keep staring at a cultivator of the golden elixir period in the Great Qin dynasty? Although Zhao Huan and Ku Jing were still cultivators of the Yuanying period, in front of them, people with higher cultivation, such as Dao Master Changle, would not intercept and eavesdrop even if they could feel that there were people privately communicating with each other among the cultivators of Xianmen Tianzong. The person who was asked was slightly stunned. After a short silence, he calmly replied, Brother Gua, I don't like that person. The square-faced youth asked, Why? I met him before. I didn't want to spy on other people's conversation, but I accidentally heard him privately talking with others. He slandered our Snowgale Valley and Master. The other person replied, He thought I couldn't hear it, but he didn't know that I could still hear it clearly without deliberately intercepting it. The square-faced youth called Brother would turn to look at him. Oh, what did he say? The disciple of Snowgale Valley frowned. He said that our Snowgale Valley is the weakest of the 8 branches of our sect. He thinks that Master is the most inconspicuous person among the second chief of the 8 branches, and that Uncle Ku is also very mediocre. The square-faced youth's expression did not change. Slowly, he said, if he just expressed his own opinion in private, then don't pay attention to it. The disciple of Snowgale Valley was slightly stunned. Brother Gua, the square-faced youth replied, work hard to improve yourself. Facts speak louder than words. We will always have a chance to clear our name, and the rumors will be dispelled. If the other party still wants to pester us, it will only show that he has eyes but cannot see. His fellow disciple pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Then Brother Gua changed the topic and said, if the other party provokes us in front of our faces, or deliberately spreads rumors to ruin our sect's reputation, or tries to stir up trouble, then we won't let him off easily. We'll let him experience for himself whether our snowy wind valley is really weak or not. But before that, calm your mind and be broad-minded. Don't be affected by a few casual words from outsiders. Brother Gua turned to look at him and smiled slightly. What he thinks doesn't mean that it is true. You and I both know that it is absurd. Just take it as a joke. Why get angry because of it? At this moment, Zhao Huan, who was in front of them, said lightly without turning his head, "Zhong Huang is right. Peng, and you still need to be tempered." The square-faced youth, surnamed Gua, and the disciple of Snowgale Valley were awestruck. Zhao Huan also had no intention of intercepting his disciple's voice, but at this moment, in front of Dao, Master Changle, and the others, he at least had to ensure that the content of the conversation would not go wrong. If the content was not hindered, he did not care at all, and there was not the slightest trace left on the platform, just like a breeze blowing. But if there were some sensitive words, he had to pay attention. But then he smiled slightly. However, his evaluation of me is actually not wrong. Whether it is talent or actual combat, I am inferior to Junior Brother Tang, Junior Brother Han, and Junior Brother Zhou. This is a fact. The disciple's surnamed Qin lowered his head, but the square-faced youth's eyes were firm, and he opened his mouth. "Master," Zhao Huan interrupted him, and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Junior Brother Tang, Junior Brother Han, Junior Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Yang, and Junior Brother Huang, who are of the same generation as me, are all stronger than me. This is no secret in our sect. Compared to them, my talent is indeed not so outstanding. The only thing I can show off is that I am diligent in cultivation, but in terms of diligence, others may not be worse than me, so I still have no outstanding aspects. It was not afraid that the other person was more talented than you, but afraid that the person who was more talented than you was also more diligent than you." Zhao Huan did not mind exposing his shortcomings in front of his disciple, the square-faced youth, and the other youth did not seem surprised, but their eyes were a little dignified. "I am very clear about my position. I am not afraid of being inferior to my fellow disciples, but once I leave the celestial gate, I have to be worthy of the patriarch, master, and uncles." Zhao Huan said faintly, "I'm not an unpolished jade. I'm just a stone, an ordinary, numerous, and ordinary stone. There's no jade in my stomach. I'll work hard to polish myself and make myself harder to become a cornerstone of the sect. I will do my best not to tarnish the name of the sect. If I can contribute to the development of the sect, this life is enough." He did not look back and was even talking with Dao Master Changlo, but the sound transmission did not stop. "At least I have cultivated you. I have not led you astray. I have not wasted you, and I have not let down the elders' trust. This makes me very proud. Even if I am mediocre, you can surpass your ancestors. The sect has a successor, and this is enough." Behind him, the square-faced youth and the other youth slightly bowed their heads. Disciple will remember master's teachings. The square-faced youth surnamed Gua's chest was filled with heroic spirit, and his eyes became more and more firm. Ku Jing glanced at him, the corners of her mouth slightly raised in a smile. This child entered the sect late. During the war between the two realms, he was in seclusion to form his corps, so he did not participate in the war between the two realms. Although he had some fame when he went out, he could not compare to Meng Honglu, Lian Huazhao, Yi Xinhui, Chen Fangge, and Shi Yang, who shone in the war between the two realms. But he was unanimously optimistic about Xianmen Tianzong, Guozhong Huang, the sect's Taoist name Yuanzhen, the third-generation successor disciple of Snowwind Valley. Among the third-generation successor disciples of Xianmen Tianzong, he had the fastest cultivation speed. First in actual combat within the same realm. Chapter 1285. Zhao Huan had always been at ease with Guozhong Huang and was very optimistic about his future. After giving a few words of advice to his disciples, he returned to his senses and continued to talk with Dao Master Changle and the others. At the same time, his eyes swept across the scenery of Snowgale country in front of him from time to time. He had never really seen these scenes before, but when he was growing up, from the time he could remember, whether it was his parents or the adults around him, they often described the scenery and customs of Snowgale Country. They described the scenery of the country that had been completely destroyed by the swords and spears of the great Zhou dynasty, under the influence of hearing and seeing, although it felt a little unreal. All of this was still firmly engraved in Zhao Huan's heart, and he never forgot. Later, when Snowgale was destroyed by Zhang Lai, and Zhao Huan's parents were killed, the illusory scene of Snowgale Country in his memory became more and more real and clear. Over the years, Zhao Huan had temporarily set foot on the homeland of Snowgale Country, but at that time, it was still Snowgale County of the Great Zhou dynasty. It had never been like now, where he really felt like he had returned home. In particular, moving his parents' cenotaph to the foot of Mist Mountain made Zhao Huan's heart feel incomparably clear and mysterious. Zhao Huan looked at the late Yuanying cultivator who led the team and said, "These days there have been some sporadic conflicts between the two sides. I hope we can properly solve them together." The Yuanying ancestor nodded, "No problem." In addition to communicating with Zhao Huan of Xianmen Tianzong, he came to Snowgale County for another mission. He was ordered by the new emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Liang Qian, to come here to coordinate and deal with the Great Zhou cultivators who were still in conflict with the middle and lower level cultivators of Snowgale Country, and even Xianmen Tianzong. The forces of the Great Zhou dynasty withdrew and Snowgale Country was rebuilt. In a short period of time, there were always some loose ends to deal with. After all, the relationship between the two sides was extremely bad, and there were many resentments. At present, there was a considerable territory between the Great Zhou dynasty and Snowgale Country. Liang Qian had just ascended the throne and subdued king of Yuyun, Liang Jingcheng, and the Mahayana magic treasure. Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu did not return to the Divine Continent, so his throne was extremely stable. But to bring the entire Great Zhou under his control, it would take time for the local forces that had become restless because of the previous changes to return to his side. These local forces of the Great Zhou dynasty were inextricably linked with each other. Some of them secretly communicated with each other and took in some of the Great Zhou dynasty cultivators who were evacuated from the Snowgale Country. The reconstruction of Snowgale had also damaged the interests of some people. They might not dare to openly go against the Snowgale nation, which had the backing of the celestial sect of Profound Gate, but it was inevitable that they would secretly connive and support some rogue cultivators. At this moment, on the land of Snowgale Country, as well as at the border with the Great Zhou dynasty, there was a rare occurrence of banditry. Now it seems like the wheel of fortune has turned. In the past, the organizations like the Society of the Strong Gale that Yu Hongyan and Zhao Huan were in were roaming the borders of the Zhou dynasty, resisting and rebelling, and now it's the turn of a portion of the Zhou dynasty cultivators. The Yu Hongyans and Zhao Huan's Society of the Strong Gale and other organizations had come for this purpose. Now, it was the turn of some Great Zhou dynasty cultivators. Liang Qian naturally would not sit back and do nothing. In fact, this was exactly what he wanted. The other party's short-sighted behavior gave him a starting point to reorganize the local forces. The Great Qin dynasty's Dao Master Changlu and the northern militant imperial court's Yuanying late-phase cultivators had no reaction to this. However, no matter if it was Zhao Huan or the cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty, they all knew that the Great Qin and the northern militant would support and rope in the local powers of the Great Zhou dynasty under the new emperor of Zhou, Lianggan's rule. This was already the norm for the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Qin dynasty, and the northern militant imperial court. Especially between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty, it was even more common. Although both sides were currently leaning towards Xianmen Tianzong in terms of policies and routes, it did not mean that the two sides were in harmony with each other. Putting aside the fact that the competition between the two sides had always existed, even their past grudges could not be completely forgotten with the fall of Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu. Even though Liang Qian had just ascended to the throne and had to make some concessions to Great Qin in order to clean up Liang Pan's mess, this did not mean that he was willing to lower his head to Great Qin and hand over Great Zhou and his throne. After the war between the two worlds came to an end, the two sides would still continue to fight. This was the inevitable result of the two great cultivation and secular dynasties existing side by side in the same era. However, the intensity of the battle would still remain at the stage of surging undercurrents, because at this stage, both the Great Zhou and the Great Qin had to face a problem. That was the northern militant imperial court that could not challenge their position in the past was now faintly on the verge of becoming a three-legged tripod with them. In the war between the two worlds, the Great Qin dynasty had suffered heavy losses. It could no longer be described as a serious injury to its vitality. It had almost been removed from the divine land. And after this battle, as Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu fled with the Grand Imperial Palace and the Great Wheel of Heaven, the power of the Great Zhou dynasty had become extremely weak. As for the northern militant imperial court, whether it was the area controlled by the Heavenly Pool sect at the beginning, the harvest from the exterminating Profound War, or the harvest from the war between the two worlds, it had caused its power to rise steadily. It had become a powerful force that dominated the northern border and looked down on the hinterland of the divine continent. As for the northern militant imperial court, the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty had to pay far more attention to the northern militant imperial court than the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty. Strictly speaking, the relationship between the northern militant imperial court and Xianmen Tianzong was even closer than that between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty. In all the previous details, Xianmen Tianzong had already made his attitude clear. He would not interfere with the internal affairs and development of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Qin dynasty, and the northern militant imperial court. This made them feel restless, but they also had to think more. Moreover, there was news that the descendants of the ancient emperor, who had reappeared after the war between the two worlds, were finally going to return to the divine land. Based on the current situation, the power of the ancient emperor far surpassed that of the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Zhou dynasty, and the northern militant imperial court. If they obtained the support of Xianmen Tianzong and returned to the divine continent, it would undoubtedly be bad news for the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Zhou dynasty, and the northern militant imperial court. This also caused the situation in the divine land to gradually stabilize. Of course, this did not prevent the three families from secretly infiltrating each other and opposing each other. Zhao Huan was talking with the Great Zhou dynasty cultivator when he suddenly frowned. The Great Zhou dynasty's late-stage Yuanying Old Ancestors expression also changed slightly. Both of them received a voice transmission at the same time. There was news that the Great Zhou dynasty cultivators were causing trouble. Moreover, the cultivation of the troublemakers this time was not low. There were actually Yuanying cultivators involved. The situation was very bad. The Great Zhou dynasty's late-stage Yuanying Old Ancestors expression was a bit gloomy. Yuanying cultivators might not be much in Tianjin City, but in the local territories, they were already experts. The other party had personally jumped out at this time, which made him lose some face. The Great Zhou dynasty's late-stage Yuanying Old Ancestor said in a deep voice, "I'll go deal with it and give everyone an explanation." Zhao Huan and Ku Jing looked at each other and nodded slightly. Zhao Huan tilted his head slightly and said to Guo Zonghuang behind him, "Zonghuang, the few of you will go with Patriarch Yellow Sunday. Take this opportunity to train yourselves." Guo Zonghuang nodded and replied, "Yes, master." After saying that, he walked out with the Snowstorm Valley disciples behind him, the great Zhou dynasty's old ancestor Yellow Sun, and the others did not have any objections, nor did they feel offended. They simply said, "Then let's go." Some of the great Zhou dynasty's cultivators also stayed where they were. Yellow Sun old ancestor took some of them and broke through the void and flew into the distance. Behind him, a crown shone brightly above Guo Zonghuang's head. Above the crown, two shadows were projected. One of the shadows was dignified and sacred, while the other shadow was evil and domineering. The two shadows fused together and produced a violent energy wave as if it would tear through the void at any time. It was the Yuanying period magic weapon, the golden crown of the ghost and deity. This was the legacy magic weapon of the Snowstorm Valley. After Guo Zonghuang's status as the third-generation True Seat disciple was confirmed, Zhao Huan passed on the golden crown of the ghost and the other golden elixir period magic weapon, the ancient jade armor, which was used for legacy, to Guo Zonghuang. She only kept the two Yuanying period magic weapons, the Heaven's Wrath Spear and the Exorcism Seal, which were given to her as the second-generation True Seat disciple. Although Guo Zonghuang was an early-stage golden elixir period cultivator, the power of the golden crown of the ghost and deity allowed him to break through the void and catch up with Yellow Sun old ancestor. The group crossed the vast land in the blink of an eye and came to a valley at the border of the Snowstorm Kingdom and the Great Zhou Dynasty. This was one of the main roads between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Snowstorm Kingdom. Every certain distance, there would be a special formation set up as a node to protect the people who came and went, not only the people of the secular world, but also the cultivators who cultivated qi and had a lower cultivation base would often stop here to rest. Although the cultivators of the golden elixir period couldn't break through the void and travel, they still had the ability to fly in the air. If they wanted to stop temporarily, most of them would choose these places with formations if there were no special circumstances. At the same time, this place was like a market with people coming and going. Most of the time, they would trade here. However, at this moment, the formation that shrouded the valley had been completely destroyed, and the valley was in ruins. The survivors were in a panic, and there were corpses in the valley. Guo Zonghuang glanced at it and frowned. It was a cultivator of the golden elixir period who had been killed. He knew this cultivator of the golden elixir period. He was from the Snowstorm Kingdom and had lived in seclusion for the sake of the great Zhou dynasty. Later, he learned that Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu had fallen from power and Snowstorm Kingdom was restored, so he returned to his homeland. He had come to see Zhao Huan before. Although he was much older than Zhao Huan, he was very respectful and grateful. Guo Zonghuang had also seen him at that time. In addition to this cultivator of the golden elixir period, there were other victims in the valley. After asking the survivors, they learned that the victims were all cultivators of the Snowstorm Kingdom. Yellow Sun old ancestor also wore a solemn expression. He formed a seal with both hands and changed it repeatedly. A withered yellow light shadow appeared and gathered the remaining magic power and spiritual qi in the void. The next moment, as Yellow Sun old ancestor pointed his finger, the withered yellow light flew into the distance and guided the direction. Guo Zonghuang, Yellow Sun old ancestor, and the others did not say a word and immediately followed the light. Chapter 1286. Guo Zonghuang, Patriarch Huangyang, and the others followed the clues and soon caught up with the fleeing cultivator. Although the other party was a Yuanying cultivator, he was far inferior to a veteran late-stage Yuanying cultivator like Patriarch Huangyang. After being blocked by Patriarch Huangyang, Guo Zonghuang activated the power of the ghost deity Golden Crown and caught up. Patriarch Huangyang bellowed angrily, and a withered yellow light pillar appeared in the sky. As the light flickered, a huge, withered, yellow poplar tree appeared and fell on the head of the Yuanian cultivator. The withered yellow poplar tree looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside, as if it did not have the slightest power. However, as it fell from the sky, it seemed to seal off the surrounding void, making it impossible for the Yuanian cultivator to escape. The other party could only helplessly stop and form seals with both hands. Beams of green light flew into the air and slashed at the withered yellow old poplar tree. However, these green saber lights could not cut the old poplar tree. Although the poplar tree's falling momentum was a little slower, it was still falling. The Yuanian cultivator waved his sleeve and released a few people who were captured by his magic power. They were all cultivators of the golden elixir period. Patriarch Huangyang snorted and did not bother with them. The great Zhou cultivators under him swarmed forward and surrounded those cultivators of the golden elixir period, not letting any of them escape. Guozhong Huang and the other disciples of Xianmen Tianzong stood at the side and did not step forward. They watched Patriarch Huangyang and the great Zhou cultivators under his command to capture the people. However, at this moment, the flow of the surrounding spiritual qi suddenly changed. Beams of white light soared into the sky and covered the void, instantly enveloping everyone, including Patriarch Huangyang and Guozhong Huang. The scene in front of everyone suddenly changed, as if they were in a heavy fog. Both Patriarch Huangyang and Guozhong Huang frowned, deliberately set up an ambush. Guozhong Huang looked around and saw a vast expanse of whiteness. His fellow disciples seemed to have disappeared. He could not see anyone or hear anything. He was the only person in the world. At this moment, Guozhong Huang's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. He felt as if someone was approaching him from behind. Guozhong Huang shouted. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. The sneak attacker was a cultivator of the golden elixir period. His figure was hidden in the clouds, and he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to assassinate Guozhong Huang. However, his target had disappeared in front of him. This frightened him. Under the cover of the formation, his opponent had not only discovered his whereabouts, but had also made him lose his target. As he felt a chill in his heart, his first reaction was to retreat back into the clouds. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, before he could put it into action, a palm suddenly appeared in front of him and slapped down from above. Under the envelopment of the palm force, the clouds around the golden elixir period cultivator completely dissipated, no longer able to protect him. He wanted to dodge, but he only felt as if the sky before him was collapsing. At this moment, the already tall figure grew even larger, like a god descending to the mortal world. With a pa sound, the golden elixir period cultivator's head was directly smashed by Guozhong Huang's palm. Guozhong Huang's expression did not change. He looked at the surrounding fog, and then took out a treasure pearl from his bosom. With a raise of his palm, the treasure pearl flew into the air and flashed with a gentle luster. The luster was like a flowing cloud that spread out in all directions. After coming into contact with the thick fog, the two sides merged and gradually disappeared. This was the Yuanian period magic tool that Guozhong Huang was awarded after he was confirmed as the Snow Wind Valley's first seat disciple. It was called the Void Surveying Cloud Pearl. However, it was not the work of Zhao Huan. Instead, Zhao Huan had asked Li Xingfei of Mortal Forest residents to help her refine it. She had also received some pointers from Wang Lin. It had its own wonders and could see through many illusions. After confirming the function of the formation that trapped them, Guozhong Huang immediately took out this magic tool to help him break the formation. With the void surveying cloud pearl on his head, Guozhong Huang did not retreat. Instead, he strode forward toward the center of the formation. Under the illumination of the void surveying Cloud Pearl. The fog could not get close to Guo Zonghuang's body. Because of its influence, even the operation of the formation became slightly sluggish. Guo Zonghuang's eyes flashed. He felt a fluctuation of magic power in front of him. As he moved forward, the fog dispersed and revealed ancestor Huang Yang, who was fighting with the enemy. In addition to the Yuanying period cultivator who was originally sitting as a bait, there was another Yuanying period cultivator who was attacking ancestor Huang Yang together with the former. When ancestor Huang Yang saw Guo Zonghuang, he nodded without saying a word. Without the restraint of the formation, his magic power and magic power were more convenient to use. Even if it was 1 against 2, he could still suppress his opponents. In an instant, streaks of withered yellow light flashed through the air like countless fallen leaves. Immediately, the 2 nascent soul cultivators were covered in cuts and bruises. Guo Zonghuang pointed a finger at the void surveying Cloud Pearl. Suddenly, the pearl shot out a ray of light that looked like a white cloud, which looked like a path. Guo Zonghuang leaped onto the path and flew all the way. As the fog in front of him dispersed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Guo Zonghuang. The other party turned his head with a look of surprise. It was an old man with a sage-like appearance. He had a neat 3-foot white beard, and his magic power fluctuated in the space. His cultivation had reached the early Yuanying period. In his hand was an unstable mass of air. It was a small world formed by his magic power that had just taken shape. There was a young man in the small world with a late foundation establishment cultivation. He was Guo Zonghuang's junior brother, Qin Pengan, a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, who was also under Zhao Huan. When Guo Zonghuang saw this, he strode forward without saying a word and rushed toward the white-bearded old man with a majestic gait. The golden crown of ghost and deity appeared on his head again. Powerful magic power was added to his body, and he was wearing a cloak in addition to his purple clothes. The cloak flashed with chaotic brilliance, and streams of star-like light surged out from it, showing the image of the sky flowing and stars shining in all directions. It was another Yuanying period celestial device given to Guo Zonghuang in addition to the void surveying Cloud Pearl. It was called the Celestial Cloak. With the power of the 2 Yuanying period celestial devices, Guo Zonghuang's vigorous qi and blood burst out. His originally tall body seemed to have grown a lot taller at this moment. He broke through the void with 1 step and came to the front of the white-bearded old man. The celestial cloak worked, making him faster than the white-bearded old man who was trying to break through the void and retreat. Guo Zonghuang's whole body was like a furnace. His masculine qi and blood were so hot that it was hard to look at them directly. From the moment he took a step forward, his right hand struck out with a palm. When the vigorous palm momentum appeared, he was already in front of the white-bearded old man. This is an early-stage golden elixir cultivator. The white-bearded old man was going to capture Guo Zonghuang as well, but after seeing the golden crown of ghost and celestial cloak, he changed his mind and was about to shout, "You don't want your fellow disciple's life anymore?" Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Guo Zonghuang seemed to have no reserve at all. Disregarding his own defense and safety, he struck out with his left hand in addition to his right palm. Although the left and right palms were 1 in front and 1 behind, under the cover of the palm momentum at this moment, they seemed to be 1 and continuous. The white-bearded old man only felt that the world was turning upside down at this moment. The sky was collapsing and the ground was turning upside down. Moreover, this was not the only time when the world was turned upside down. After Guo Zonghuang's palms moved together, the world seemed to be turned upside down for the 2nd time. And then there would be a 3rd and a 4th time, as if it was endless. The violent force made the operation of the white-bearded old man's spiritual power a little difficult. He suddenly realized that he had to deal with it with all his strength. If he wanted to crush Qin Pengan to death first, it would be easy, but it would not be easy to take Guozhonghuang's palm. The opponent was not afraid of the array's confusion. Once he was injured by this palm, and Guozhonghuang, who was a martial artist, could get close to him, Guozhonghuang's next attack would be like an avalanche. He, an early-stage Yuaniing cultivator, might actually die in the hands of this early-stage golden elixir young man. In front of him, the white-bearded old man snorted coldly. He held the small world in one hand and drew 3 circles in the void with the other hand, dispelling Guozhonghuang's palm momentum. Unexpectedly, the celestial cloak on Guozhonghuang's body flashed, and his explosive power and speed increased again. His footsteps suddenly changed, and his body swept sideways. Then, the violent palm momentum did not change, but it changed from a direct attack to a diagonal flight, like a big knife slashing out. "Let go of me!" As if a clap of thunder sounded on the ground, Guozhonghuang shouted, and the edge of his right hand swept across the white-bearded old man's hand that was holding the small world, breaking it. At this time, Qin Pengan could see the outside world, and he shouted happily, "Brother Guo!" Guozhonghuang's violent right hand instantly became gentle, and he rescued Qin Pengan, who had his spiritual power restrained. At the same time, his left hand once again slapped out, facing the white-bearded old man, who realized that he had been fooled and became angry out of shame. Blazing qi and blood overflowed, and Guozhonghuang's overbearing palm collided with the white-bearded old man's attack. Both of them trembled and retreated to the sides. Guozhonghuang protected his junior brother, and then continued to stare at the white-bearded old man, and he shouted, "Now, let's have a good fight." At this time, the white-bearded old man had calmed down again, and his gaze towards Guozhonghuang became unprecedentedly serious. Early-stage golden elixir cultivation. Even if you have a Yuaniing magic tool, this cultivation is still too... After seeing the difference between Guozhonghuang's 2 palms and 1 palm, the white-bearded old man actually felt uncertain for a moment. Guozhonghuang said, "In the past, when our sect first opened, my great martial uncles and great martial uncles had just attained golden elixir, and they only had 1 Yuaniing magic tool, but they had already fought against an early-stage Yuaniing cultivator like you. I'm not talented, and it's hard for me to be compared with great martial uncles and great martial uncles, but I don't dare to tarnish the reputation of our sect. Now that my junior brother is not in your hands, I don't need to save him, and you don't need to keep him in custody. Let's both go all out and see who's better." At this time, Qin Pengan shouted, "Brother Guo, they have ulterior motives." Oh, Guozhonghuang's gaze was awe-inspiring, and when the white-bearded old man met Guozhonghuang's gaze, he felt that the young man's gaze was becoming more and more piercing. Chapter 1287. Guozhonghuang's tall body stood proudly in the void. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the white-bearded old man opposite him. Qin Pengan, who was next to him, said, "Brother Guo, when this person captured me, he revealed that they are after our sect's fundamental orthodoxy, Tao Te Ching." When Guozhonghuang heard this, anger appeared on his face. His eyes became more and more piercing. He did not attack recklessly, but the fluctuation of his qi, blood, and mana became more violent. The cultivators of Xianmen Tianzong were now recognized as the best in the world, whether it was the speed of cultivation or the strength of those in the same realm. This was not created by Lin Feng alone, but from him all the way down, the first generation of Xianmen Tianzong disciples such as Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, the second generation disciples such as Tang Jun, Han Yang, and Zhou Yinsong, and the third generation disciples such as Guozhonghuang, who had just begun to show their talents. Generation after generation, the illustrious reputation was created together. The orthodoxy of Taishu Temple, which was once regarded as the top Taoism in the Divine Land, could only bow its head in defeat in front of the Taoism of Xianmen. Since a long time ago, there were people in the Divine Land, whether openly or secretly, hoping to obtain the orthodox orthodoxy of Xianmen Tianzong by all kinds of means. However, there was a problem. Non-direct disciples could not learn the Tao Te Ching, and the cultivation of the Tao Te Ching by the direct disciples was also divided into stages. This was not unique to Xianmen Tianzong. Most of the sects in the world were like this. If there were outsiders who wanted to capture the younger disciples of Xianmen Tianzong, those who were below the later stage of the Golden Elixir could at most get the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching, the contents of the 8 trigrams of the Great Way. Getting the 8 trigrams of the Great Way was of great value, but it would undoubtedly anger Xianmen Tianzong and bring disaster to the robbers. Although the 8 trigrams, heavenly Tao scripture was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. If he wanted to do something big and rob the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who had a higher cultivation and inherited the 4 symbols heaven-opening book, not to mention that the target's cultivation was higher and it was not easy to capture them. At present, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders at this level were all Lin Feng's grand disciples. It was very likely that Lin Feng would personally place a seal mark. If they kidnapped someone, they might alarm Lin Feng himself. In the past, when Golden Cicada kidnapped Zhou Yunsong and was chased by Lin Feng all over the wasteland, everyone could not help but weigh the pros and cons. As for Lin Feng's personal disciples who had attained the primordial soul realm, there was no need to mention them. When it came to the Xianmen Tianzong disciples with lower cultivation bases and seniority, most of the time, Lin Feng would not personally leave a mark. Instead, it would be left by Xiao Yan and the others. But even so, it was not something that other people and forces could easily avoid. These talisman marks could not only point out the direction, but also stop the other party from searching their souls. With the current cultivation bases of Xiao Yan and the others, it was not difficult for the other party to destroy and kill them. But to break through the barrier of the talisman marks and search their souls, one needed to be at least an expert in the Dharma-ending realm or someone with the same level of power. If it was a mark personally left by Lin Feng, even an expert in the Dharma-ending realm would not be able to break through and search their souls by force. And there were basically only a few people with such strength in the Divine Land. At the same time, each of them had a large family and business. After the incident, Xianmen Tianzong would come knocking on their doors immediately, without a complete Taoist technique inheritance. Even if they practiced it, they were destined to be unable to surpass the top experts in Xianmen Tianzong. They still had to continue to face the huge pressure of Xianmen Tianzong. Currently, there were only a few people, including Lin Feng himself, who had obtained a complete Taoist technique inheritance. Even if they paid a great price and succeeded in obtaining it, if they could not make their strength obviously surpass that of Xianmen Tianzong in a short period of time, the result would still be destruction under the wrath of Xianmen Tianzong. Xianmen Tianzong had always paid attention to protecting their disciples and inheritances. Previously, there were a few people who took risks out of desperation, but they all paid a heavy price and ended up in failure. Guo Zonghuang stared at the white-bearded old man and shouted in a deep voice, "Are you under the orders of Liang Pan and Zhu Hangu?" The other party was not from the Taoist orthodoxy of the king of the underworld, nor was it a Buddhist orthodoxy. Guo Zonghuang could immediately be sure that these attackers were under the orders of Liang Pan and Zhu Hangu. The ruler and the minister were driven out of the Divine Land by Xianmen Tianzong and fled into the Yingxi. Under the joint effect of the huge hatred and the huge pressure, they no longer had any scruples and became unscrupulous. The white-bearded old man's expression was gloomy. The fog behind him gradually dispersed, and a few Yuanian cultivators appeared. These Yuanian cultivators were all strong, and their leader was a late-stage Yuanian patriarch. He stared at Guozhonghuang with admiration, but more than that, greed. When the white-bearded old man saw them, he hurriedly bowed. This kid has many extremely powerful Yuanian artifacts with him. I can't do anything to him, for now. The late-stage Yuanian patriarch waved his hand. It's fine. I'll do it myself. Time is tight, and I can't delay it. With a slight thought, Guozhonghuang found that Patriarch Huangyang was also entangled by another late-stage Yuanian cultivator, and someone was trying to collect his void-surveying drifting cloud pearl. He looked at the late-stage Yuanian patriarch without fear. Inheritance of the Tianmen Orthodoxy. Are you from the Eastern Heavenly Gate? Good eyesight, but I don't have time to waste with a junior like you. The Eastern Heavenly Gate cultivator didn't waste any more words. He directly stretched out his hand, and streams of clear air gathered and fell on Guozhonghuang and Patriarch Huangyang. However, at this moment, a powerful force surged from outside the fog formation, forcibly tearing the thick fog apart. Zhao Huan held the Heaven Wrath Spear and split the void open. He came in front of everyone, and beside him was a kind-looking, smiling old man. It was Dao Master Changle of the Great Qin Dynasty. The Eastern Heavenly Gate cultivator sighed, and withdrew his attack on Guozhonghuang and Patriarch Huangyang. He directly revealed his heaven and earth avatar, and then Zhao Huan's spear was already in front of him. Just one blow was enough to destroy his heaven and earth avatar. However, after Zhao Huan's attack, she stopped. Dao Master Chang Lu frowned and looked down at the ground beneath his feet. The fog formation that everyone was in shattered, but immediately after that, an even more powerful energy wave emerged. Rays of green light interweaved in the sky, and together they laid out an even more powerful formation. After Zhao Huan and Dao Master Changle arrived, they faintly felt something. At this moment, the formation was completely activated. Both of them frowned slightly. This formation was somewhat similar to the blue sky formation that was passed down in the Heavenly Gate, but there were some omissions. It looked more like an improved formation, which was naturally the work of the Eastern Heavenly Gate. Zhao Huan and Dao Master Changle looked at each other. This was a double ambush. Now it seemed that the opponent's target was not Guozhonghuang and Ancestor Huangyang, but the two of them. In this case, a formation alone was obviously not enough. At this moment, the void in the distance suddenly split open, and a figure appeared. It was a woman in her 20s. She was beautiful and graceful, although it was the first time that Zhao Huan, Guozhonghuang, and the others saw this woman. They naturally recognized her as the current sect master of the Eastern Heavenly Gate, Shao Qingcheng. Her father, Shao Dongtian, founded the Eastern Heavenly Gate and reached the Dao integration realm. However, he was captured by Lin Feng in Kunlun Mountain and put on the Xiantian God-sealing flag. The Xiantian seal, the Mahayana-level magic treasure of the Eastern Heavenly Gate, also fell into the hands of Xianmen Tianzong. Even the foundation of the Eastern Heavenly Gate overseas was wiped out by Lin Feng. Later, the Great Zhou dynasty redeemed it with great difficulty, but Shao Dongtian and Dao Master Dongming, who had set foot on Yujing Mountain, were still not released. Because Shao Qingcheng had always stayed in Tianjing City, she was able to avoid the disaster. However, to her and the Eastern Heaven Gate, it was already a disaster. The Eastern Heaven Gate only existed in name, completely becoming a subordinate force of the Great Zhou dynasty. Previously, when Liang Pan and Zhu Hanwu escaped, Shao Qingcheng, who had no other choice, could only follow them. However, she did not escape into the Ying Sea immediately. Instead, She hid in the divine land and suddenly attacked at this moment. Although there were no other Xianmen Tianzong cultivators in the Snowgale country, and the great Zhou dynasty, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao Yuhongyan, and Li Yuanfang had all chased into the Yingxi, but for Xiao Qingcheng, time was extremely limited. She needed to end the battle quickly, or else there would be a disaster at any time. What Zhao Huan and Dao Master Changlu were concerned about was that Xiao Qingcheng had actually successfully refined her spirit to return to the void. Zhao Huan looked at Xiao Qingcheng and said calmly, "Second martial uncle once said that you have cultivated the divine way passed down by the ancient heavenly gate. If you completely cultivate it, there is a high chance that you will directly reach the void return stage. So, Madame Xiao of the House of Xuanji no longer exists?" Xiao Qingcheng glanced at Zhao Huan, her gaze slightly narrowing. Not long ago, she did not even care about Zhu Yi, only feeling that he was under Lin Feng's protection. Only when she suffered a loss in the Battle of the Yingxi did she know how powerful Zhu Yi was. But at this moment, looking at Zhu Yi's junior speaking in a neither servile nor overbearing manner in front of her, Xiao Qingcheng still had mixed feelings in her heart. Previously, the Eastern Heavenly Gate and the Eastern Sea had concealed their strength and bided their time, silently developing, silently waiting for the moment when they would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. But now, it was all over. Even if Xiao Qingcheng successfully reached the void return stage, the Eastern Heavenly Gate was already yesterday's flower. It was unknown how long it would take for them to grow stronger again. Even Liang Pan and Zhu Hanguo, who were attached to them, had already fallen and had no choice but to flee to the Yingxi. Zhu Hanguo, who was once extremely powerful, even more powerful than his father, Xiao Dongtian, had also suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhu Yi. The world had changed, and the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The change in the blink of an eye made Xiao Qingcheng, who had always been proud, feel a sense of dejection and despair. However, she quickly calmed her mind and looked at Zhao Huan, saying indifferently, "You're far inferior to Zhou Yunsong. I hope that the master of the Celestial Gate didn't leave a mark on you. If it's just people like Zhu Yi, His Majesty Emperor Zhou can still resolve it with the Grand Imperial Palace." From the beginning, Liang Pan's target had been Zhao Huan or Ku Jing. Apart from the 8 trigrams Great Tao Scripture, he had also inherited the 4 symbols Heaven Opening Scripture. He was inconspicuous among the second-generation successor disciples of the Celestial Gate, so it was very likely that Lin Feng wouldn't pay special attention to him. Now that the situation was so bad that it couldn't get any worse, Liang Pan naturally no longer had any scruples. Chapter 1288. Xiao Qingcheng's gaze swept over Zhao Huan and Dao Master Changle. Without saying anything, she stretched out her palm toward the sky, and the sky broke. One of the 7 luminaries' true techniques of the heavens, the celestial star Mysterious Cold Ice Fiend, was activated. The celestial water star's radiance fell and turned into layers of ice crystals, directly freezing the surrounding void and enveloping Zhao Huan and the others. She was pressed for time. After capturing Zhao Huan, she would first try to search her soul to see if the person who left the soul mark on Zhao Huan was someone from Yu Hongyan's generation or Lin Feng's. If it was the former, she would immediately use the array she had prepared to escape quickly and rush to Yingxi to meet up with Liang Pan and Zhu Hanguo. If it was the latter, there was no hope at all. She would just capture Guozong Huang and the others. Even if she couldn't get the 4 symbols Heaven Opening Book, she would at least get the 8 diagrams Great Way of the Heavens. In any case, after getting the Dharma, the people were not important anymore. She would either kill or throw them away. She would deal with them as soon as possible to avoid being tracked. Of the 2 opponents in front of her, although Zhao Huan was a direct disciple of the Celestial Sect, her cultivation realm was still low. As for Tao Master Changle, Xiao Qingqing was confident that she could defeat him when they were both at the primordial spirit incarnation realm. Now that she had successfully refined her spirit to return to the void, there was no need to say more. But at this moment, Xiao Qingqing's divine sense suddenly shook slightly, and she looked straight ahead. In that direction, the void cracked open and a figure walked out. He walked into the sky full of ice and snow formed by Xiao Qingqing's celestial star, mysterious cold ice fiend, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this figure, Xiao Qingqing's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. The figure was tall and straight, and his flesh and blood fluctuated with a powerful power that made people's hearts palpitate. He was a powerful martial artist at the peak of the void, return realm, only half a step away from the Tao integration realm. And this martial artist's facial features were exactly the same as Zhu Yi's. It was his Haoyang doppelganger. Xiao Qingqing took a deep breath. This doppelganger of yours didn't enter Ing Si with your main body? Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone said faintly, before I went to Ing Hai, I deduced with the Book of Changes and obtained the divination of the wind and fire families. The female righteousness is inside, and she sticks to her original intention. Among the many concubines of Liang Pan, including the Empress, there are no strong cultivators. Among Zhu Hongwu's wives and concubines, only you have reached the primordial soul realm. Sticking to the same principle and not changing one's original intentions is sometimes praiseworthy, but sometimes it's just walking down a dark path. Zhu Yi looked at Xiao Qingqing. When I saw this divination, I knew that you were going to cause trouble. You guys have been coveting my Taoist techniques for a long time. If the heavens want to destroy them, they will first make them go crazy. I think Liang Pan has no scruples now and wants to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Moreover, I severed the blood relationship between my previous life and Zhu Hongwu and returned the flesh and blood to him. If his martial arts were not crippled, it would not be difficult. But now, even with Liang Pan's help, it would be difficult for him to refine the flesh and blood. After all, the human body is intricate, like a small universe of creation. If he wants to master it, he needs to be able to control it carefully. His martial arts have been crippled. If he wants to make a comeback, he will first have to refine the flesh and blood of my previous life. But he can't refine my flesh and blood now. To resolve this conflict, the best way is to obtain my Taoist techniques manual Xianmen Tianzong. After all, my previous life's body cultivated the orthodox Taoist techniques of the Taoist techniques. Zhu Yi's tone was calm and gentle, but Xiao Qingqing's heart was getting colder and colder. If you want to cause trouble, simply destroying something is not very meaningful. There are many places that you can offend. Since that is the case, it is not hard to guess what you want to do by staying in the divine land. Compared to other places, everything here in Snowgale Country is still a mess. It is suitable for you guys to act. The most dangerous place is the safest, and it can also produce an unexpected effect. It is better than searching other places to capture the true disciples of my Taoist techniques. The experts here are limited, and it will take time for the experts from other places to come to help. You have successfully refined your spirit to return to the void, so there is room for you to display your skills. As long as your hands and feet are nimble and you can arrange an escape route properly, it is not impossible for you to succeed. Zhu Yi stepped on the void, his hands behind his back, and walked towards Xiao Qingqing step by step. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch, enveloping the entire void. Above his head, the true meaning of martial arts continued to manifest and condense, and the fist intent gradually condensed into a solid, shocking heaven and earth. The condensed world of light and shadow began to compress continuously, and finally turned into a ball of light like the brightest star in the sky. This freak, a cultivator of the void return realm, has actually refined a doppelganger of the Tao integration realm. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qingqing's face suddenly turned pale. The doppelganger of Hao Yang of Zhu Yi in front of her was condensing his own Tao fruit, reaching the void return and Tao integration realm. Many experts could not reach the Tao integration realm in their lifetime, but at this moment, for the doppelganger of Hao Yang of Zhu Yi, it seemed to be a piece of cake. Not only Xiao Qingcheng, but even Tao Master Chang Lu, ancestor Huang Yang, and the others were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. The ball of light gradually fell on the head of the doppelganger of Hao Yang of Zhu Yi, merging with his physical body. The aura of the doppelganger changed, making people's hearts palpitate even more, and it became even more terrifying. Zhu Yi did not stop walking. As he walked, he said, "You are the person who killed my mother. My thoughts are incomparably clear when I capture you." This doppelganger was originally at the peak of the void return realm. So what's so strange about it reaching the Tao integration realm now? Xiao Qingqing's face was livid. At this moment, Zhu Yi had not even made a move. But his words were extremely certain that she could not win and she could not escape. That strong confidence even directly fed back to the doppelganger of Hao Yang, forming a mysterious state, directly breaking through the final bottleneck. It seemed that for Zhu Yi, as long as she dared to appear in front of him, there would be no problem, and he would definitely be able to capture her. The people you arranged in Mist Mountain won't be able to succeed either. Zhu Yi said, "Our sex guest elder, Tao Lord Lu Bo, is there." Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing immediately knew that her goal of this trip was destined to be impossible. Now, she needed to be concerned about how to escape from Zhu Yi. Although she had reached the void return realm and condensed a void return realm Dharma body, and her cultivation was extremely high, she did not have any thoughts of fighting at this moment. Although it was only a doppelganger of Zhu Yi in front of her, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. "Go!" Xiao Qingqing immediately shouted in a low voice. Her hands changed hand seals, and the huge spell formation improved from the blue sky. All heavens array was activated with a loud bang. Streaks of green light crisscrossed between heaven and earth, and the sky and earth seemed to be about to be overturned. Time and space were instantly distorted, and Xiao Qingqing's figure also gradually disappeared in the distorted time and space. Zhu Yi's eyes moved, and he said slowly, "I'm waiting for you here. On one hand, I want to capture you to avenge my mother, and on the other hand, I want to further confirm Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's location through you, so that even if they are in the Ying Ocean, they will have no way to escape." His words were slow, but his movements weren't slow at all. His figure flickered, leaving a trail of footprints in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiao Qingqing and threw out 3 consecutive punches. The 3 punches combined into one, turning into a domineering and majestic fist intent that transcended the Nirvana realm. It immediately froze the distorted time and space, causing Xiao Qingqing to be stuck in the spatial gap. As Zhu Yi's punches blasted out completely, Xiao Qingqing, who was trying to escape, was directly shaken out of the spatial gap. Xiao Qingqing was shocked. She didn't expect that even with the help of the formation, she still wouldn't be able to escape from Zhu Yi. She knew very well what the consequences would be if she fell into Zhu Yi's hands. She didn't care about anything else and manifested her void, return Dharma form, turning into a 3-meter-tall woman in a palace dress. She raised a long bridge in her hand, and starlight shone on the bridge, and a wheel of light could vaguely be seen rotating in the center of the bridge. Xiao Qingqing activated her Tao technique to the extreme, and the sky above her cracked open. The celestial water star, fire star, and wood star flashed together. Under the guidance of Xiao Qingqing's divine power, the power of the stars was added to her body. Her void, return Dharma form flashed continuously, turning into small worlds that revolved around her, as if the myriad worlds were revolving at the same time. The wheel of light in the center of the long bridge became clearer and clearer. When Zhu Yi saw this, he remained expressionless. His emotions did not fluctuate at all as he said, "Your heavenly gate's orthodoxy is too incomplete." As he stood guard, he slammed his palm down. At the center of his palm, there was also a wheel of light revolving rapidly, as if it was trying to guide the myriad worlds to revolve as well, generating boundless power. This wheel of light was clearer, more complete, and more powerful than Xiao Qingqing's heavenly treasure wheel. Under the pressure of the heavenly treasure wheel's intent realm from Zhu Yi's palm, Xiao Qingqing's heavenly treasure wheel instantly became sluggish, as if it was about to stop revolving and even crumble. Xiao Qingqing's expression instantly changed. How could she not see that this palm strike from Zhu Yi's Haoyang clone was actually an improved version of Xiao Dongtian's ultimate technique, the Hand of the Heavens, which was transformed into a martial Tao divine power before charging into the heavenly treasure wheel's intent realm? Zhu Yi's Hand of the Heavens pressed down, directly locking down the surrounding void. This made Xiao Qingqing feel as if she was being enveloped by the heavens, and no matter where she tried to hide, she wouldn't be able to escape. The speed of this palm strike was very slow, and it didn't seem ferocious or violent. It seemed completely different from ordinary martial arts, but it was extremely difficult to defend against. Xiao Qingqing unleashed the roving jade, Heaven's realm evasion technique, but she was still unable to escape. She was pressed down by Zhu Yi's palm, and she could only helplessly unleash the Heavenly Gate's protective mystic technique, the Heavenly Great World Curse, and the protective mystic technique, the Longevity Chaotic Heavens Protection Curse, recorded in the Grand Sovereign Scripture. She alternated the two techniques to protect herself and forcibly resist the power of Zhu Yi's palm strike. However, it was all in vain. Xiao Qingqing could only watch as the countless incantations formed from her magic power crumbled and shattered. This terrifying feeling was like Mount Tai crushing down on an egg, unstoppable. Chapter 1289. Zhu Yi's vast Yang clone had successfully returned to the Void integration stage and ascended to the Tao integration stage. His palm landed in an unhurried manner, but it was so powerful that Xiao Qingqing's return to Void Dharma physique was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Xiao Qingqing was also stimulated. With a whistling sound, a white jade flute appeared. It was the magic weapon she had refined with the heavenly way. Although it was only at the spirit nurturing level, it was still extraordinary. However, it was not enough to deal with Zhu Yi. Xiao Qingqing did not plan to do so. Instead, she sent the white jade flute into the spell formation that was still running. The dazzling green light in the spell formation became more and more intense. It swept up a huge force and attacked Dao Master Chang, Zhao Huan, Guozong Huang, and the others. Zhu Yi smiled coldly and said confidently, "You still want to struggle?" He stood at the same spot without making any movements, and Zhao Huan, who was suddenly attacked, did not panic. She suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a scarlet flame that flickered with a golden light. It turned into a sea of flames in midair, blotting out the sky like a fire net. The raging heavenly fire immediately wrapped around Xiao Qingqing's white jade flute. In the sea of fire, a spirit lamp was faintly discernible. Xiao Qingqing almost spat out blood when she saw it. Yang Sky Lamp. The spirit lamp was the Yang Sky Lamp that Zhu Yi had taken from her during the Battle of the Yingxi. At this moment, Zhu Yi had lent it to Zhao Huan in advance to deal with her. As soon as the heavenly fire suppressed the white jade flute, the restlessness of the spell formation gradually subsided. Xiao Qingcheng wanted to activate the spell formation to completely reverse and burst out all its power. However, the power of Zhu Yi's Hao Yang doppelganger was like a mountain pressing down on her. She could only struggle in vain. Zhu Yi's gaze looked around, trying to figure out the workings of the formation. He was originally the second person among Lin Feng's disciples in terms of formations, second only to Li Yuanfeng. After creating the Book of Changes and his original body ascending to the Return to Void level, not mentioning his ability to set up formations, his ability to break formations was not inferior to Li Yuanfeng. He took a closer look at the formation in front of him and had an idea of what it was. It's indeed related to Liang Pan and Zhu Han Wu Winning Si. Zhu Yi nodded as he stood in the air. His martial true body materialized and solidified to immobilize the entire spell formation, preventing it from activating. Then, his palm continued to descend, forcefully crushing Xiao Qingcheng's return to void stage physique. Xiao Qingcheng was in complete despair. She wanted to struggle, but to no avail, and was captured by Zhu Yi on the spot. Zhu Yi captured Xiao Qingcheng and spoke. Back then, the one who harmed my mother was your clone. Madame Xiao of the Marquis Manor was the one who personally acted. Now that you've cultivated the celestial Tao and returned her to you, her problem naturally falls onto you. Before this, I've said that I would capture you to guard my mother's grave. Now, it's time to fulfill my promise. Xiao Qingcheng's face was ashen as she gritted her teeth. Even when facing the threat of death, she had never lost her composure like this. However, at this moment, her entire body was trembling from the inside out as if she was trembling in fear. Foul spawn, don't even think about it. Xiao Qingcheng roared. Her primordial spirit contorted violently as if it was about to explode. Zhu Yi said, "It's no longer up to you now. Suppress." Boundless power descended and directly immobilized Xiao Qingcheng's primordial spirit. Zhu Yi's magic power trembled, and talismans flew out from Xiao Qingcheng's body and landed in Zhu Yi's hands. Zhu Yi glanced at them and immediately activated them. Then, the huge spell formation beneath his feet began to activate. This formation was derived from the Azure Sky All Heavens formation. The original version of the Azure Sky All Heavens formation was compatible with Sky City. At this moment, it was under Xianmen Tianzong's control. Although it was not complete, it was much more complete than Xiao Qingcheng's formation. Comparing the two, Zhu Yi quickly gained control of the formation. The dazzling blue light dimmed at this moment, and the rays of light seemed to condense into a solid form. The power of the formation was stimulated to the extreme, and it felt like it would be triggered at any moment. Zhu Yi looked at Dao Master Changle and Ancestor Huangyang and said with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble. Please forgive me for not explaining it to you before." Dao Master Changle, Ancestor Huangyang, and the others heard this and felt a burst of shock in their hearts. Whether it was Zhu Yi's ability to predict Xiao Qingcheng's every move or his Hao Yang doppelganger's ability to advance step by step and reach the Dao integration stage, Dao Master Changle and the others were amazed. Zhu Yi's Hao Yang doppelganger was obtained from Hao Yang Dao Master Wang Hao, who was the direct descendant of Astro Sovereign in ancient times. After he died in the Ying Sea, it was basically known to everyone. Hao Yang Dao Master Wang Hao was an expert at the peak of the void return state. His body was refined into a doppelganger by Zhu Yi, so that Zhu Yi, who had not yet reached the primordial soul state, had a doppelganger of the void return state. This was unprecedented and was a legend at that time. After years of cultivation and the constant tempering of the primordial starlight in the star sea, Zhu Yi's Hao Yang doppelganger had become stronger and stronger. However, it was not easy to cross the last boundary and reach the Dao integration stage. Since ancient times, there had been many void return cultivators who had struggled to move forward but were unable to reach the Tao integration stage. In the Great Zhou dynasty, Emperor Liangpan, who had just been deposed, was the first member of the Tao integration stage in the Great Zhou dynasty's thousands of years of establishment. In the past, Elder Ice and Elder Fire of the Heavenly Pool sect had cultivated for thousands of years, but were still stuck at the void return state. It was difficult for them to reach the Tao integration stage. Not counting the magic treasures of the Mahayana realm, in the current divine land, only the Taishu Temple had more than 5 experts at the Tao integration stage or above. However, just now, in front of everyone, Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger had successfully broken through the last barrier and set foot on the realm that countless people had dreamed of. This made Tao Master Chang'e, who was still at the primordial soul incarnation state, and Ancestor Huang Yang, who had been searching for the primordial soul but failed, feel a burst of trance. What they were more concerned about was Zhu Yi's effortless and natural appearance. Ancestor Huang Yang didn't think much of it, but Tao Master Chang'e was enlightened. After defeating Zhu Hangu and capturing Xiao Qingcheng, all the obstacles of Yi's wishes will be removed. I'm afraid that not only will the doppelganger break through the bottleneck, but even the original body, who has just refined the spirit to void return, will immediately take a big step forward. Outside of the Haoyang doppelganger's void return and Tao integration stage, Zhu Yi had accurately calculated the movements of Xiao Qingcheng and the others. Such a marvelous move also shocked Tao Master Chang'e and Ancestor Huang Yang. Although Zhu Yi's Book of Changes could not accurately give specific information, it gave an important hint, like a lamp in the fog. According to the hints and other information, Zhu Yi was able to accurately deduce the ins and outs of the matter. It was like following the light in the dark, making the originally invisible path become clear. Zhu Yi seemed to have seen all of Liang Pan's instructions and Xiao Qingcheng's specific plan from the beginning. He lent the Yang Sky Lantern to Zhao Huan and the others for protection in advance, and also arranged for Tao Master Liubo to stay in Mist Mountain in case of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Everything was well arranged, so that Xiao Qingcheng and the others had no hope of success. Although they knew that Zhu Yi's deduction of the Book of Changes would inevitably be affected by the target's divine sense and Dharma power realm, it was enough to make Tao Master Chang'e and the others shocked. After greeting Tao Master Chang'e and the others, Zhu Yi turned to look at Zhao Huan, Guozhong Huang, and other disciples of Xianmen Tianzong. He first took Xiao Qingcheng's white jade flute and then said, "You can return to Mist Mountain on your own, and I will still leave the Yang Sky Lantern for you. Later, I will go to Yingxi with Tao Master Liubo, and there will be other sect protectors coming to Snow Wind Country to guard, in case they have a second plan." Zhao Huan bowed and replied, "Yes, second uncle." As they spoke, the void in the distance broke open, and an elegant and calm old man in white appeared. He was at the void return realm, and it was Tao Master Liubo. Tao Master Liubo saw Zhu Yi and nodded. "I didn't disappoint you, and I have captured them." After saying that, he handed a small world constructed by divine sense and Dharma power to Zhu Yi's Haoyang doppelganger. After receiving it, Zhu Yi pointed at the formation under his feet. "In that case, let's go." The incomparably condensed green light in the spirit design suddenly burst out, piercing through the void. A few talismans appeared in the center of the spirit design, constantly rearranging themselves, then turning into a guiding light beam, guiding the power of the spirit design to fly into the void far away. Zhu Yi and Tao Master Liubo also moved with the formation, while Zhao Huan, Guozhong Huang, Tao Master Chang'e, and the others were left in place. At the same time, a group of Yuanying stage cultivators who attacked and looted other than Xiao Qingcheng were left behind. In the face of Zhao Huan and the others, they naturally had no room to fight back and could only obediently surrender. After passing through the layers of void, Zhu Yi and Tao Master Liubo saw white clouds constantly rising and falling in front of them. The sea below seemed calm, but in fact, there was a turbulent undercurrent. Layers of illusions were faintly discernible, making it difficult to distinguish, and a careless mistake could lead to a deep trap. This was the Ying Sea, also known as the Phantom Sea, one of the 7 seas of Tianyuan. When Zhu Yi and Tao Master Liubo entered the Ying Sea, they saw that the talismans in their hands were still flashing silently. Master will be here soon. Zhu Yi's Hao-Yang doppelganger turned his head and said to Tao Master Liubo with a slight thought. Tao Master Liubo nodded. In just a moment, the void in front of them suddenly trembled, and a huge immortal mountain with a circumference of 4,000 miles suddenly emerged from the white clouds and appeared in front of them. The immortal mountain was surrounded by incomparably huge jade plates. The countless jade plates seemed to be transparent, forming a whole ball that surrounded the immortal mountain in the center. It was hazy and faintly discernible. It was Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. On the top of the main peak of the immortal mountain sat Lin Feng's doppelganger of the god of war. Liang Pan and the others tried to find the hidden immortal mountain of Fangzong, causing the immortal mountain to shake. Lin Feng, who owned Yingzhou and Penglai mountains, immediately sensed it and followed the traces. As for Zhu Yi himself, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and the others they chased into the Ying Sea. Although they could not determine the specific location of Liang Pan and the others, they still had clues and did not lose track of them. Combining the two, Lin Feng and his disciple had already determined the approximate location of Liang Pan and Immortal Mountain of Fangzong, and were now searching carefully. However, both sides were racing against time. If Liang Pan and the others found Immortal Mountain of Fangzhong first and completely refined it, then hid in the Ying Sea again, it would be extremely difficult to find them again. The location where Zhu Yi's Hao-Yang doppelganger and Tao Master Liubo arrived was just close to Lin Feng's doppelganger of the god of war and Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. After climbing the Immortal Mountain, Zhu Yi handed the talismans to Lin Feng. After taking a glance, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at them. The talismans immediately turned into rays of flowing light and hovered above the top of Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Chapter 1290. Streams of flowing light circled around the top of Yingzhou Spirit Mountain. Lin Feng made a hand seal, and Yingzhou Spirit Mountain shook slightly. A few streams of white qi rose from the mountain and merged with the flowing light. Then, the flowing light circled around Yingzhou Spirit Mountain and suddenly sped into the distance. Under the guidance of the qi, the huge Yingzhou Spirit Mountain also sped in that direction. Lin Feng gently patted the Spirit Mountain under him, and the nameless ancient formation around the Spirit Mountain unfolded. It immediately confused the surrounding space and time. In the Yingzhou Spirit Sea, it quickly broke through the void and sped in the direction pointed by the flowing light. Zhu Yi's Hao-Yang doppelganger and Tao Master Liubo stood beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "In terms of direction, it's closer to us and farther away from Penglai. However, time waits for no one. Let's go there first." Although he didn't know if Liang Pan and the others had found Fangzhong Spirit Mountain, they seemed to be quite confident, since they were determined to escape into Yingzhou Spirit Sea. Zhu Yi nodded. His original body was relatively far away, with Shi Tianhao and the others. It would take some time to get there, but the difference would not be too big. It's not easy to communicate inside and outside of Yingzhou Spirit Sea. When I captured Xiao Qingcheng, I deliberately isolated the space. I think she can't contact Liang Pan. However, these talismans should be made by Liang Pan himself. If I activate them, Liang Pan might notice something and be alerted in advance. After Zhu Yi finished speaking, Lin Feng said, Right now they are like an arrow on a bowstring. They have no choice but to release it. If they can't get the Fangzhang Immortal Mountain, even if they have the protection of the Grand Imperial Palace and don't fear the illusion invasion, hiding in this Sea is not a long-term plan. Not everyone is like Ningguang. We now have clues to find them. If they can't get Fangzhang's Spirit Mountain, they might as well hide in the Void battlefield. It's much better than staying in Yingzhou Spirit Sea. Zhui nodded and said. Then, the flowing light that pulled Yingzhou Spirit Mountain forward suddenly began to shake as if it was affected by some power and was about to break. Lin Feng's god of war clone sat on the peak of the Immortal Mountain in the Immortal Abode state and smiled. You finally can't hold it in anymore. He sat cross-legged on the ground, stretched out his left index finger, and touched the rock at the top of the mountain. His right index finger also reached out and touched the space between his eyebrows. In Lin Feng's eyes, a myriad of scenes of creation suddenly flashed and turned into numerous images that circled around, but in the end, they all returned to nothingness. His eyes had become pitch black at this moment. They were incomparably deep and tranquil. If someone were to look into his eyes, they would gradually sink into it and find it difficult to extricate themselves. They would not think or think, and even their consciousness and thoughts would disappear. The nameless ancient formation outside the Immortal Abode Mountain was operating continuously, and the flow of light that was guiding the mountain was coated with a layer of hazy luster. Streams of mysterious energy were being transmitted into the distance along the flow of light. On the other side of the endless void, the seemingly formless stream of light was shockingly connected to a huge palace. The palace was shrouded in a purple-golden glow. Its outline was blurry, but one could sense an imperious aura from it, as if it was carrying the weight of the kingdom and looking down upon the world. Countless runes and talismans flew in the air and spread in all directions together with the purple-golden glow. A group of palaces that looked like a city took shape in the middle of the glow. The main hall, side hall, courtyard, podium, and tall buildings combined into a palace that looked like the residence of an immortal king. It was like the sun in the sky, filled with the imperious aura of a king. The palace was incredibly spacious, with countless people kneeling down in worship. Above them, many wise sages and scholars were bowing toward the palace. Between the palaces, many fairies and maidservants in the form of illusions were walking around while carrying nectar as if they were welcoming a prosperous era. In the sky above the palace, countless immortals were paying their respects. Various formidable forces and intents were supporting the palace. The palace that looked like a heavenly palace was none other than the Grand Imperial Palace. However, above the Grand Imperial Palace, a stream of light was connected to it. In the palace, Liang Pan was still wearing a dragon robe and a flat crown. Even at this moment, his aura was still majestic and dignified. The power of the Grand Imperial Palace was trying to cut off the stream of light, but at this moment, a blurry light suddenly spread out from the stream of light and engulfed the purple-golden glow on the surface of the Grand Imperial Palace. Liang Pan frowned slightly. He, who was connected to the Grand Imperial Palace, immediately felt that the scenery in front of him had changed. It was as if he was immersed in water, and everything in front of him was black and white. There was no color, no sound, and no obvious sense of touch with the space. The power of the nameless ancient array in Yingzhou Immortal Mountain is trying to suppress my soul consciousness. Liang Pan immediately reacted and communicated with the Grand Imperial Palace with his mind. His power instantly shook, and the purple-golden glow around the Grand Imperial Palace, which already had an astonishing aura, immediately formed silk-like light ribbons that floated around the Grand Imperial Palace. The mysterious power isolated the power of the nameless ancient array in Yingzhou Immortal Mountain that was transmitted through the stream of light. However, when the Grand Imperial Palace exerted its power, the power was reflected back along the stream of light. Lin Feng, who was on Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, could instantly confirm the location of Liang Pan and the Grand Imperial Palace. Liang Pan also quickly realized this. With a grave expression, he sighed and turned to look at the other side. Beside the Grand Imperial Palace, there was a huge immortal mountain that seemed to be floating on the surface of Yingzhou Sea. It was a square island that was 5,000 miles long on all four shores. There was a towering immortal mountain on the island, and there were many light shadows hovering above the immortal mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was the light shadows of many giant dragons gathered together. At the foot of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace, and there were countless fields that were planted with spiritual herbs. The area was vast, and it was like a farmland. However, what was planted there were not crops, but a large number of spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs that were hard to find in the outside world could be seen everywhere here, like rice and wheat sprouts. There was a jade spring beside the medicinal field, and the flowing water was nourishing the fertile soil here. The human heart, the heaven's heart, was one of the three mountains of Yingzhou Sea. The Fangzong Immortal Mountain, the originally golden radiance on the Immortal Mountain, had turned dark gold at this moment. It was the Heaven's Heart Abbot's mysterious light that came from the Fangzong Immortal Mountain, and it was currently wrestling with the Grand Imperial Palace. However, the dark gold radiance was gradually dissipating, and it turned golden again at a speed that could be seen clearly by the naked eye. Liang Pan, who had the experience of refining the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain before, wanted to refine it again now, and it was much easier. Based on the current progress, it would not take long for the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain to return to his hands. However, under the guidance of the aura, it was impossible for Lin Feng to lose track of it at this moment. He immediately drove the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain and broke through the void to chase after it. When the huge Yingzhou Immortal Mountain appeared from the white smoke, Liang Pan, who was in the Grand Imperial Palace, immediately stood up. Without any nonsense, the Grand Imperial Palace suddenly retracted the power that was locked in a stalemate with the Fangzong Immortal Mountain and headed towards the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. On the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain, Liang Pan's clone was working hard to refine the Immortal Mountain. However, after losing the help of the Grand Imperial Palace, its speed instantly slowed down. However, he had no choice. Lin Feng and the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain would naturally not sit back and watch him successfully refine the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. In the main hall of the Grand Imperial Palace, Zhu Hongwu was sitting in a golden spirit spring. Under his skin, there was a faint blood-red glow that was constantly moving. He was no longer as weak as he was when his martial arts had been crippled, but his aura was extremely chaotic. At this moment, he stood up from the spirit spring with great difficulty and slowly said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and block them to buy you some time." Liang Pan shook his head. "In your current state, you're just sacrificing yourself for nothing. Don't be impatient. A little impatience will spoil the great plan. This time, we're one step behind, and we're falling behind at every step. However, there's still a chance to turn things around. It all depends on when Zhu, Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others arrive. It's just at Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, and the Grand Imperial Palace can block them." Liang Pan's hands began to form seals. "If we can refine the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain before the other forces arrive, we can turn the situation around. Right now, we have to block the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain." Liang Pan suddenly put his palms together. "The Grand Imperial Palace today can't be compared to the past." As he formed his hand seals, a chaotic hole instantly appeared above the Grand Imperial Palace, and purplish gold radiance continuously gathered into it. At the next moment, two light pillars one black and one white, rushed out from within. The black and white light pillars intertwined with each other in a spiral manner, turning into the bipolar magnetic chaotic whole divine light. With a loud rumble, they struck toward the Yingzhou immortal mountain that had just appeared. Lin Feng sat on the peak of the Yingzhou immortal mountain with one hand pointing between his brows, while the other hand's index finger was gently knocking on the rock on the peak of the mountain. The huge Yingzhou immortal mountain seemed to have turned illusory at this moment, as it was hit by the terrifying spiral divine light. Space distorted violently, spinning along with the rotation of the spiral divine light, and the light pillar pierced through it. However, after the spiral divine light disappeared into the distant horizon, the distorted space-time returned to normal, and the Yingzhou immortal mountain appeared on the surface of the Yingzhou immortal sea once again. However, Liang Pan and the Grand Imperial Palace obviously did not intend to give Lin Feng and the Yingzhou immortal mountain a chance to counterattack. After the bipolar magnetic chaotic whole divine light, air masses that looked like green chaotic holes immediately appeared. They were the chaotic whole immortal slaying thunder. The chaotic whole immortal slaying thunderbolts struck the immortal abode continent mountain. As they flew, they began to circle around a center and finally turned into a huge green disk. It was another great divine power, the chaotic whole, immortal slaying, marvelous revolving thunder wheel. Facing the chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder wheel, Lin Feng activated the Panlai immortal mountain, and the nameless ancient array outside the immortal mountain underwent a brand new change. From its original spherical appearance, it suddenly spread out flatly. The Dharma array revolved around the immortal mountain and attacked the Grand Imperial Palace together. The chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder will collided with the edge of the nameless ancient array, and the jade plates at the edge of the array kept shattering. Liang Pan stood in the Grand Imperial Palace and watched this scene. Silently, he said, "The ancient array of the Yingzhou immortal mountain still has a long way to go before it returns to its peak state, but my Grand Imperial Palace has already returned to its original state." Lin Feng sat on the peak of the Yingzhou immortal mountain and smiled. His fingers gently tapped the rock on the peak of the mountain again. White clouds surged on the immortal mountain and were connected to the nameless ancient array. An illusory light and shadow was faintly discernible in the sky above the mountain, constantly flashing. In the illusory light and shadow, countless stars could be vaguely seen. The nameless ancient array changed again and turned into a sphere again. This time, it surrounded the Yingzhou immortal mountain, the Grand Imperial Palace, and the chaotic whole immortal slaying thunder wheel. The power of the array kept circulating and suppressing, wearing down the chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder wheel, causing it to break down into chaotic whole, immortal slaying thunder again. Although it was still violent, it was no longer a fatal threat. However, at this moment, a blurry air mass gradually formed above the Grand Imperial Palace. There was even a crack on the air mass, causing the entire Yinghai immortal slaying thunder wheel to tremble as if the world was about to completely collapse. Chapter 1291. Wrapped by the nameless ancient formation. The power of the formation kept suppressing the circulation of the Grand Imperial Palaces and Liang Pan's spirit consciousnesses. It made them feel as though they were about to sink into a state of thoughtlessness. But at this moment, the radiance above the Grand Imperial Palace disappeared. Only the purest light was left. A mass of primal chaos formed in the light, and a crack appeared on the surface of the mass. The moment this crack appeared, a majestic force seemed to want to tear the great thousand world into two. The entire ocean sanctuary was shaking, and even the great thousand creation outside seemed to be shaking. It was the ultimate emperor heaven-splitting art. The Grand Emperor had witnessed the birth of the clear sky mirror in the final years of the primordial era. The great heaven primordial world, which was originally a single entity, was split into two, becoming the vast land of Tianhuang and the vast land of the divine continent. Then, he had created the divine ability that he had comprehended. Previously, during the battle at the Ying Sea, Liang Pan had urged the Grand Imperial Palace to use this technique. At this moment, when he used it again, its power was even fiercer, and its aura was even more mellow. An incomparably huge purple figure appeared in the sky above the Supreme Imperial Palace. It looked extremely clear and lifelike. That figure was domineering and majestic, like the ruler of heaven and earth, looking down on all living things. Rays of purple chi and golden light appeared around his body, like a peerless emperor overlooking the world. He was the last human emperor of the Archaic Era, and also the first human emperor of the Archaic Era, Tai Huang. The ferocious power of the extreme emperor heaven-splitting technique was unleashed, and with a mighty force that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, it actually forcefully tore apart the nameless ancient formation on the periphery of the immortal abode island. In the next instant, the Grand Emperor Palace had already turned into a beam of purplish gold radiance and jumped out of the nameless ancient array. The Grand Emperor's figure shrouded the heavens, and it seemed to fill the entire Ying Sea for a moment, arriving in the sky above the Ying continent immortal mountain. A stream of light flashed past the Grand Imperial Palace and condensed into a huge seal in the space. It was just a few strokes, but it was not simple. Instead, it revealed the true meaning of the great Tao being the simplest. As the radiance flickered, it looked like the character Tai. The Grand Emperor's silhouette stretched out its palm and controlled the Tai character, slamming it down on the Yingzhou immortal mountain. It was another ultimate skill of the Grand Emperor orthodoxy, the Grand Emperor Seal. This magic treasure can activate the various divine abilities and techniques of the Grand Emperor when he was alive. At the top of the mountain, Lin Feng's divine god of battle clone sat with his legs crossed. As he nodded slightly, he knocked on the rocks at the top of the mountain. The body of the Ying state immortal mountain trembled violently before turning back into the void again. Time and space were distorted, and the Tai Huang immortal seal passed through the mountain as if it was submerged in water. When Liang Pan, who was in the Grand Imperial Palace, saw this, a cold glint flashed through his eyes, and he shouted in a low voice, "Quick!" As he shouted, the monarch descent purple chi around his body fluctuated, and then he raised his right hand high, his palm like a blade. With this action, the aura of the Grand Imperial Palace suddenly changed, becoming sharp and even more domineering. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had sent down a punishment to kill something, causing people to instantly feel a terrifying feeling of the unfathomable might of the heavens. Winds and clouds surged in the sanctuary sea as yin and yang were reversed. Space kept shattering, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The Grand Sovereign Seal, which was about to pass through the Yingzhou immortal mountain through the distorted space-time, and was unable to cause any damage to it, suddenly shattered and turned into streams of light. However, in the center of the streams of light, a black chaotic hole appeared, sucking in all the scattered streams of light. The chaotic hole kept compressing and condensing until it finally disappeared, leaving behind only a streak of saber light that suddenly shot out. After that terrifying saber light appeared, it slashed out, taking in everything in the void. Wherever the saber light passed, everything in the surroundings was attracted by it and gathered towards it, making it impossible to dodge. After coming into contact with the saber light, everything turned into nothingness. Absolute beginning, chaotic, whole, major destruction, divine saber. Apart from the ultimate Emperor Heaven opening technique, the Grand Imperial Emperor had another top-notch great divine power. With one saber, it could take in everything and destroy everything. Everywhere it passed, everything returned to nothingness. After being twisted by the saber light of the absolute beginning chaotic whole major destruction divine saber, the Ingzhou immortal mountain, which had already become illusory and distorted space-time to prevent the grand imperial palace's power from touching it, was also forcefully dragged out from the illusory world of nothingness by the mysterious power. Because of the previous confrontation, this saber seemed to have slashed out from within the Ingzhou immortal mountain, instantly posing a huge threat to it. At this moment, Lin Feng made a hand seal with both his hands and brought them together in front of his chest. He yelled, "Duo!" In the immortal mountain, the core illusory realm was activated. Rays of starlight emerged and gathered outside the Ingzhou immortal mountain, forming a huge ball of light. Then, the ball of light shrank continuously, and its power became more condensed. The Ingzhou immortal mountain that everyone was in was shaking violently at this moment, as if it was going to turn the world upside down. The Ingzhou immortal mountain seemed to be the center of the Ingzhou immortal mountain, causing the entire Ingzhou immortal mountain to collapse inward. In the void of the Ingzhou immortal mountain, rays of light surged continuously, as if a massive consciousness was awakening in the Ingzhou immortal mountain. That consciousness wasn't clear and was faintly discernible. It wasn't very agile, but it was extremely heavy and massive. The nameless ancient array outside the Ingzhou immortal mountain that had manifested pieces of jade slabs actually disintegrated and turned into rays of light that flew into the distance. At this moment, the huge Ingzhou immortal mountain also became completely illusory, as if it had turned into a huge bubble. The bubbles kept shattering on their own. They were either slashed by the grand primordium chaotic whole's annihilation divine saber of the grand primordium chaotic whole, or dissipated in the Ingzhou immortal mountain. The entire huge Ingzhou immortal mountain disintegrated and disappeared like an illusion. However, the jade slabs that were disintegrated by the nameless ancient array gathered again in the distance. Every jade slab was like a mirror, and large bubbles appeared one after another. These bubbles gathered together and turned into the Ingzhou immortal mountain again. These jade slabs also rearranged themselves and evolved into the nameless ancient array, continuing to protect the Ingzhou immortal mountain. On the top of the immortal mountain, Lin Feng looked at the Grand Primordium Palace in the distance with interest. The Grand Primordium Palace indeed lives up to its name. Liang Pan, you've really concealed yourself well. You've cultivated the Grand Primordium Dermic Scripture to the point of perfection, and your supernatural powers are so extraordinary. Under the radiance of the Grand Primordium Palace, many people have neglected this point. As the ruler of a country, you indeed don't have to fight hard on your own. Moreover, you still have Zhu Hongwu to fight for you. However, it's obvious that you've never neglected the improvement of your own power. As Lin Feng spoke, he slapped his palm on the rock at the peak of the Ingzhou Immortal Mountain, and the Ingzhou Immortal Mountain once again moved closer to the Grand Primordium Palace and Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. In the Grand Primordium Palace, Liang Pan's expression was as gloomy as water. Silently, he said, "Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, you're overpraising me." He took a deep breath and looked at the Ingzhou Immortal Mountain, but he also looked in another direction. There, a golden rainbow with a majestic aura charged out from the void. It spanned across the sky, as if it had crossed the boundaries of space and time. It was the golden bridge of the Permitha realm. On the golden bridge, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, and Li Yuanfeng stood side by side. Above their heads, a huge light shadow suddenly unfolded and turned into a giant formation that covered the sky. Silently, it operated. At the center of the formation, a four-legged cauldron could be vaguely seen standing there, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the aura of the formation to be extremely heavy. The golden bridge of the Permitha realm, the yin and yang life and death formation, Ding of Shenzhou. When Liang Pan, who was in the grand primordium palace, saw this scene, his heart suddenly sank, and the hope in front of him became more and more uncertain. On the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, Lin Feng pointed his finger at the yin and yang life and death formation. The formation suddenly unfolded and turned into endless light. With the help of Ding of Shenzhou, it enveloped the surrounding void. Layers of light screens completely blocked the void, so even if Liang Pan and the others wanted to escape with the Grand Primordium Palace, they would be blocked. Even with magical powers like the Supreme Emperor Heaven-Splitting Technique and the Absolute Beginning Chaotic Whole Divine Saber of Destruction, it would be difficult to break through in a short time. If they couldn't strike far away, the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain and the Permitha Bridge would attack together, and the Grand Primordium Palace would naturally lose the chance to escape. Liang Pan's expression was solemn. Lin Feng wanted to block all his escape routes. He took a deep breath and suddenly changed his hand gesture. On the drill ground in front of the Grand Primordium Palace, many cultivators stood in a formation. They were the Great Zhou Divine Martial Army, but they didn't look good, and the signs of weakness could be seen. Previously, when they broke out of Tianjin City, they had consumed a huge amount of energy and had yet to recover. Being chased all the way from Tianjin City to Yingxi by the celestial sect of Xianmen, they were like stray dogs in a state of panic, causing their morale and spirit to be extremely low. Although the divine, martial, immortal slaying formation didn't require everyone to work together and only needed the formation to gather everyone's magic power, they didn't have the strength at this moment. But at this moment, the Grand Primordium Palace shook, and the divine, martial, immortal slaying formation was activated again. The divine martial army cultivators were shocked and angry, but they could only grit their teeth and endure. With the support of the divine, martial, immortal slaying formation, the Grand Primordium Palace became stronger again and rushed toward the light screen formed by the yin and yang life and death formation. Zhu Yi stepped on the Permitha Bridge and traversed through space, immediately blocking the Grand Primordium Palace. But under Liang Pan's control, the Grand Primordium Palace suddenly turned into a stream of light and took the initiative to attack the Permitha Bridge. The terrifying chaos devoured everything around it and then cracked open. A blade light suddenly appeared. The blade light came from the beginning of all things, the beginning of chaos, but it brought nirvana to all things. It was as if the process in between did not exist. It was the absolute beginning, chaotic, whole divine blade of annihilation. Seeing the blade light coming, Zhu Yi didn't panic. He manifested his return to void Dharma body, and the Tao-changing talisman shone brightly and flashed nonstop. He lightly stepped on the Permitha Bridge, and the 8 colorful halos on the bridge flashed together. At the same time, airflow appeared on Zhu Yi's return to void Dharma body, and all the Taoists of heaven and earth shook together. This time, Zhu Yi used 8 Taoist arts at once, and then used the absolute Tao of 10 directions technique to combine with the power of the Permitha Bridge, and collided with the absolute beginning, chaotic, whole divine blade of annihilation. Just as he had said, after defeating Zhu Hangu and capturing Xiao Qingcheng, his state of mind, divine abilities, and magic power were constantly improving. Although it hadn't been long since he had refined his spirit to return to the void during his battle with Zhu Hangu, his strength had improved once again. When he finished all his feuds and brought Zhu Hangu and Xiao Qingcheng to Meng Bingyun's grave, it would be another world. In the Grand Primordium Palace, Liang Pan's eyes flickered continuously and finally turned into a deep sigh. Hangu, it's hard to let you do your best, so we can only use tricks. In the Golden Spirit Spring, Zhu Hongwu's body suddenly shook, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 1292. Zhu Hongwu was immersed in a golden spirit spring in the Grand Imperial Palace. His eyes were closed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. When he heard Liang Pan's sigh, he suddenly opened his eyes. Compared to the fury and rage he felt when he was defeated by Zhu Yi, Zhu Hongwu's expression was calm at this moment, and there was a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. Blood-red light kept fluctuating all over his body. His qi, blood, and dermic powers were in a mess, and he couldn't control himself. However, his state of mind was extremely calm. In the past few days, he had encountered the greatest crisis in his life. Although as Lin Feng and the celestial sect of wonders grew stronger and stronger, the pressure on him increased with each passing day. He had never thought that there would be a day when Zhu Yi would be able to force him to such an extent with just his own strength. The great Zhou dynasty also collapsed under the pressure of Xianmen Tianzong's troops. Zhu Hongwu's dignity was destroyed in a day. Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou lost his throne, and the emperor and his subjects could only flee to the Yangtze. His years of hard work, his lifetime of hard work, and his unscrupulous efforts all turned into nothingness in a day. It was like a dream. Zhu Hongwu was immersed in the golden spring, and a thought appeared in his mind. It was as if he was asking himself, Zhu Hongwu, you've been unstoppable all your life. Did you ever think that one day you would be forced to such an extent by a mere unfilial son that you gave birth to? Did you even implicate his majesty and cause him to lose his empire? An unfilial son has done bad things, so he should be killed. As a subject, I should share his majesty's worries and maintain the unity of the world. If rebels and traitors try to usurp the empire, I should be the vanguard and fight for his majesty's empire. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. He who had just returned to the void and Tao integration stage not long ago seemed to have broken through again at this moment. The blood-red light on his body flashed more and more rapidly, and green and black blood vessels appeared on the surface of his body like raging dragons, making him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Liang Pan looked at Zhu Hongwu and said in a deep voice, Hongwu, this was originally for you to prepare for the tribulation when you reached the Tao integration peak stage. However, you can only use it now. He waved his sleeve, and a golden light appeared. Bursts of sandalwood fragrance came from the golden light, and the sound of Buddhist chanting filled the air. The entire hall was shrouded in Buddhist light, and there was great peace and great mercy contained within. In the light of Buddha, there was a golden Buddha statue. It was one of the 10 great disciples of the Gautama Buddha, the second golden body that the great Zhou dynasty had mastered. Among the 10 great disciples of the Gautama Buddha, he was known for upholding the precepts and never violated them. When the Dharma of Buddhism was spread throughout the world, because he was responsible for expounding the precepts, he was known as the golden body of superior Pali, the number one in upholding the precepts. The golden body fell into the spring water and gradually merged with Zhu Hongwu's body. Liang Pan said, if you could refine this golden body yourself, that would naturally be the best. However, Xiao Qingcheng and the others failed to obtain the Dharma of the Xianmen Tianzong. Instead, they opened the door to the thief, causing time to be extremely tight and the situation to be extremely dangerous. I can only help you by using trickery. After you get through today's tribulation, we can slowly come up with a way to salvage the situation. Zhu Hongwu laughed out loud. It was rare that he did not blindly follow etiquette in front of Liang Pan. Ha, Your Majesty, you and I have been ruler and subject for many years. Today might be the most difficult battle of my life. I am not completely confident that I will be able to get through today's tribulation. I am already prepared to die here. However, I will definitely kill those who cause trouble to Your Majesty's empire with my fists. That unfilial son of mine has committed treason, and I will definitely give your majesty an explanation today." Liang Pan said in a deep voice. "It is still unknown who will emerge victorious." As he spoke, his eyes shone like lightning, and an unprecedented radiance erupted from them. It was extremely dazzling. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up between Liang Pan's brows. The light formed a circle that continuously rotated and circulated endlessly. The circle of light expanded outwards one after another, surrounding Liang Pan's body. It caused his entire body to seem to be hidden in the light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Within the circle of light, there seemed to be supreme existences awakening from their deep slumber, and their auras shook the heavens and earth. Outside the Grand Imperial Palace, Lin Feng and Shi Tianhao were the first to react. Their eyes flashed at the same time, and their gazes landed on the Grand Imperial Palace. They saw that outside the Grand Imperial Palace, circles of light appeared indistinctly one after another, and it shook the heavens. A large number of talisman characters appeared in the space, and they were engraved in the void, forming a pulsating flow of light. Shi Tianhao was slightly startled, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. "Ha, this is really unexpected. I have never heard of this before." Suddenly, 2 rays of divine light flashed between his brows, and it was earth-shattering. One was like the beginning of heaven and earth, and the other was like the end of all things. Lin Feng looked at the ring-shaped rays of divine light outside the Grand Imperial Palace, and he had a faint smile on his face. Liang Pan, you have really given me a surprise. Although you almost never make a move personally, and the light is mostly covered by the Grand Imperial Palace and Zhu Hongwu, but looking at the way you activate the Grand Imperial Palace, I can tell that your supernatural power is outstanding. However, other than that, you also have a creation divine light. This is indeed a little out of my expectations. You can be considered to have hidden your strength well. I just don't know what's so special about this creation divine light of yours. In the Grand Imperial Palace, Liang Pan's body was enveloped by the brilliant supreme ruling divine light. Then, circles of light flew out and landed in the golden spring water, surrounding Zhu Hongwu's body. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu's martial path was crippled, and it was difficult for him to refine Zhu Yi's flesh and blood. It was even more difficult for him to fuse with the superior poly-golden body. It contained unimaginable pain that ordinary people could not even compare to. It was a pain that every acupoint, every piece of flesh, and every pore in his body were suffering from great pain. At the same time, this pain would not make people numb, and it would not make people faint. It would always remain clear, and it would continue to increase. If enduring the pain could bring results, then it was not impossible to persevere. However, at this moment, Zhu Hongwu wanted to fuse with the superior poly-golden body, but it was difficult, and there was almost no hope, until Liang Pan's supreme ruling divine light fell on his body. Under the shroud of this mysterious creation divine light, Zhu Hongwu's body shook, and the color of his body suddenly turned golden, like a gold-plated Buddha statue. His flesh and blood body quickly fused with the superior poly-golden body. The red light that was pulsating on the surface of Zhu Hongwu's body and the bulging veins in his blood vessels suddenly began to calm down. The chaotic qi, blood, and magic power in his body also began to gradually stabilize, and there was even a faint sign of sublimation. A powerful martial path, intent, once again flowed out from Zhu Hongwu's body. His qi and blood boiled, and the powerful and domineering martial path, intent, gradually condensed above the golden spring water, forming a scene of light and shadow that seemed to solidify. Liang Pan was hidden under the light, making it difficult for others to see his face, but his magic power and aura were constantly fluctuating, as if he was under a lot of pressure. However, Liang Pan did not stop here. while urging the supreme ruling divine light to help Zhu Hongwu. The divine light continued to spread, supporting the Grand Imperial Palace. At this moment, a wheel of light suddenly rose in the sky above the Grand Imperial Palace. As the wheel of light rotated, it seemed to gather all the worlds in the world, slowly rotating. It was the great celestial wheel of creation that Zhu Hongwu had previously controlled. In the battle with Zhu Yi, it was injured by Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge, causing the aura of the great celestial wheel to be slightly weaker than when it was at its peak. However, it was still extremely terrifying, suppressing all living things in the world. Liang Pan's supreme ruling divine light also enveloped the great celestial wheel. In this light, the great celestial wheel and its aura gradually merged perfectly with the Grand Imperial Palace's aura, becoming indistinguishable. Above the Grand Imperial Palace, countless chaotic chi masses suddenly appeared, and each of them seemed to be a world of their own. The numerous chi masses revolved around the Grand Imperial Palace and the great celestial wheel as if the stars were moving, or as if the worlds in the world were revolving together. Although the chi masses were not as strong as the chi masses that the Grand Imperial Palace could control, there were too many of them, causing the overall power to increase greatly. A crack appeared on the surface of the many chaotic chi masses, as if thousands of worlds were being split at the same time, and thousands of worlds were being opened at the same time. At this moment, the entire Yingxi seemed to be startled, and it kept shaking. Streams of light flashed in the sky, and the Yingzhou Celestial Mountain and Fangzhong Celestial Mountain started to shake involuntarily. At this moment, the power of the Grand Imperial Palace and the great celestial wheel merged, producing an effect that was greater than two, and an astonishing power erupted. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with understanding, this is the Supreme Emperor heaven-splitting technique? I see. The effect of his creation divine light is to control, fuse, and harmonize different powers, forcing them to resonate, and thus produce even more powerful power. The more powerful the powers that are controlled and harmonized, the more powerful the ultimate power will be. It's a pity. If these were two Mahayana-grade magic treasures, he would be able to control them perfectly, but two creation-grade magic treasures are too much pressure for him, and he won't be able to use them more than a few times. If he himself had reached the Dharma-ending realm, or at least experienced a few first tribulations, his situation would be much better. Lin Feng took a look, shook his head, and laughed. It's a good thing, and it's true that it's hidden well, but at this stage, it can't change your fate. On the golden Permitha Bridge, the Tao-changing talisman above Zhu Yi's head continued to deduce, and he had already understood the changes at Liang Pan's place. He shouted in a low voice, "Little junior brother." Shi Tianhao smiled, and he put his palms together, and the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly immortal generals appeared above his head. Then, the 12 indomitable light figures that looked like heavenly gods arrived under the golden Permitha Bridge, and they shouted in unison, lifting the golden Permitha Bridge up. Rays of golden light sprinkled down from the golden bridge, and heavenly flowers fell from the sky, overflowing with multicolored light, dyeing the spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly immortal generals golden. The 12 heavenly immortal generals already had armor formed by light figures, and at this moment, it was as if the golden Permitha Bridge had once again added a layer of even thicker golden armor to them. With the power of the 12 heavenly immortal generals, the power of the golden Permitha Bridge also increased rapidly. Silently, Zhu Yi's void returned Dharma body looked at the supreme imperial palace before him, and then he sat down cross-legged on the golden Permitha Bridge, and his palms lightly patted the bridge before him. Outside of the 8 halos that enveloped the golden Permitha Bridge, there was a 9th halo. Chapter 1293. Although it wasn't as profound as Liang Pan's supreme divine light of domination, which could superimpose the power of the two great Dharma treasures of creation, Zhu Yi activated the Permitha bridge at this moment. Under the surging power of the human Tao, it was also inclusive under the enhancement of the 12 heavenly generals of Shi Tianhao's blue sky all heavens formation. The power of both sides was combined. Zhu Yi raised his hand and stretched out his finger, writing one mysterious character after another in the void. He started with the word "E" and stopped with the word "E." However, stopping didn't mean that it was over. The entire article had no beginning or end, and it was difficult to distinguish between the beginning and the end. It was endless, and there were endless principles that extended continuously, covering the heavens. The powerful power of the Book of Changes combined with the power of the Permitha Bridge and the power of the 12 heavenly generals to face the supreme Emperor Heaven splitting technique that Liang Pan had activated with the Grand Emperor Palace and the Great Heavenly Wheel. It was as if the heavens and realms were being split at the same time, simulating the terrifying scene of the collapse of the real world in the past. It was as if countless calamities and tribulations were bursting out at the same time. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi's void, return stage, Dharma body stood on the Permitha bridge and crossed the boundless sea of bitterness with a surging power. It suppressed thousands of calamities and tribulations, and it subdued the suffering of all living beings. It was going to bring the people of the world to the other side together. The power of both sides collided fiercely. Shi Tianhao stood beside Zhu Yi with a relaxed expression. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light shot out from between his brows. The light was extremely dazzling, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. It looked even more dazzling and shocking than Liang Pan's supreme divine light of domination. Wherever the light passed, everything seemed to have been put to an end. It was Shi Tianhao's divine light of domination. Lin Feng sat steadily on the immortal mountain of Yingzhou and smiled without saying a word. Regardless of the strength of the divine lights, in terms of effectiveness, Shi Tianhao's divine light of domination was equivalent to restraining Liang Pan's supreme divine light of domination. Ending everything which had not reached the end would also be forcefully interrupted, and it would be difficult to continue. If the two creation divine lights were at the same level of power, the divine light of destiny would greatly affect the merging effect of the ruling divine light. It would disrupt the connection between the different powers of the ruling divine light, and even cause the connection to be broken. After coming into contact with Shi Tianhao's divine light of end, the mysterious radiance that enveloped the imperial palace and the great wheel of heavens instantly became unstable. The divine light of supremacy, which was originally in the shape of a ring, suddenly had a gap in it. The ring-shaped divine light still existed, but it was no longer complete, as if it had been cut off from the middle. Affected by this, the terrifying ultimate Emperor heaven-splitting art also wavered slightly. The might of the world, collapsing together, instantly diminished a little. Although the power of the Grand Imperial Palace and the Great Celestial Wheel was still tyrannical, and the two great treasures of creation still possessed world-shaking power, their power had clearly weakened. At this moment, Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge had already swept up a monstrous momentum and were attacking them. On the majestic Golden Bridge, the 9 halos of light flickered continuously as if there were countless figures standing on the bridge. The unity of will was like an impregnable fortress, showing an unstoppable momentum that kept advancing. In the imperial palace, Liang Pan was completely enveloped in the supreme divine light of supremacy, and a low and deep hum was heard from the light. Suddenly, a mysterious, indescribable, and unfathomable radiance lit up in the sky above the imperial palace. It was the Taishu mystic light that Liang Pan and the great Zhou had obtained from the Taishu temple. wherever the mystic light appeared. It merged with the supreme divine light of supremacy, instantly filling up the gap in the halo formed by the creation divine light. At this moment, the imperial palace and the great wheel of heavens became ethereal and unpredictable, as if they were as hard to fathom and touch as the Taishu mystic light of supremacy. In this state, it temporarily isolated Shi Tianhao's divine light of end. The divine light of end began to wear down the Taishu mystic light, but Liang Pan finally had a chance to take a breather, and once again unified the power of the imperial palace and the great wheel of heavens. But this time, Zhu Yi and the golden nirvana bridge, as well as the power of the 12 heavenly generals, were already in front of him, so Liang Pan could only fight in a hurry. However, in the face of the huge pressure, as the Taishu mystic light of supremacy and the imperial palace merged, an unprecedented change occurred. A figure gradually appeared from the radiance, facing the imperial light of supremacy in the sky above the imperial palace. The figure looked ethereal and unfathomable, and it was difficult to describe its specific appearance. It was extremely mysterious. He stretched out his palm, and a thought floated out, interacting with the ultimate emperor splitting heaven technique that was currently in effect. This figure seemed to be attracted by the ultimate emperor splitting heaven technique that had reproduced the scene of the great Kiliacosm splitting in the past, and his appearance caused the ultimate emperor splitting heaven technique to repeat the momentum of the collapse of the heavens and the earth, becoming more realistic and more powerful. Both sides collided violently, and the chaotic air masses shattered one after another, as if small worlds were being destroyed one after another. The terrifying aftermath caused the void to completely collapse, and even the power of the Yingxi realm was torn apart. Where both sides clashed, the white clouds and smoke that were enveloped by the yin and yang life and death formation were swept away, and the seawater below was turned upside down, directly causing tsunamis, as if it was the end of the world. The small islands that were exposed on the surface of the sea, and the submerged reefs that were hidden deep in the seabed, were all destroyed, other than a few exceptionally powerful illusions that barely managed to hold on. The other illusions of various sizes in the sea region of the Yingxi were all shattered. Even Yingzhou Fairy Mountain and Fangzhang Fairy Mountain were like boats on the sea, still swaying in the void. Lin Feng looked at the Taishu mystic light of supremacy and the mysterious figure in the radiance, and he had a faint smile on his face. How could he not recognize such a scene? That was definitely the light projection of the founding master of the Taishu Temple, the Taishu Taoist. In the past, when the Archean epic ended and the ancient epic began, the Taishu Taoist and the Tai Huang witnessed the birth of the Haotian mirror together, and also the shattering of the vast thousand world into two poles, which was an earth-shattering scene. At this moment, when the Taishu mystic light of supremacy encountered the heaven-opening technique of the Supreme Emperor, and with the mediation of the Supreme ruling divine light, it actually produced such a change, causing the light projection of the Taishu Taoist and the Tai Huang to appear together. Even Lin Feng felt that it contained all sorts of profoundness when he saw it. However, Liang Pan, who was in the Taishu Palace, was not happy. At this moment, he did not have to care about Shi Tianhao's divine light of termination for the time being, and his mystic arts had also produced a new change. If he were to clash with the other party now, he would not be afraid at all and might even have the upper hand. However, he knew himself well. With his current realm, it was still too much for him to want to merge and upgrade the Taishu Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens at the same time, and he did not have many chances to attack. However, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others in front of him were not easy to defeat. Moreover, Lin Feng was currently activating the Yingzhou Fairy Mountain and was already leisurely descending towards the Fangzhang Fairy Mountain. At this moment, on the Fangzhang Fairy Mountain, Liang Pan's clone was still working hard to refine the Fairy Mountain, but he was still one step away from success. "Your Majesty, let me do it." Zhu Hongwu's voice suddenly came from the golden spirit spring in the Taishu Palace. Then, the spirit spring, which was enveloped by the supreme, ruling divine light, suddenly seemed to be boiling. The golden spirit spring kept rolling, and big bubbles exploded one after another. The spring water dropped rapidly and actually gradually dried up. A golden figure stood up from within. That figure was like a Buddha who had obtained peace and had cut off all worries, but also like a primeval demon god who had stepped on the heavens and was boundlessly domineering. When the light dissipated, the figure looked like one of the 10 great disciples of Gautama Buddha in the past, Upali. However, as he stood up, his appearance also changed rapidly and gradually turned into Zhu Hongwu's appearance. Zhu Hongwu, who was like a gilded Buddha statue, stood up. The golden color around his body dissipated, and he returned to a normal person's skin color. His skin was like white jade, but his jade-like body seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. The pulsating blood-red light flow had completely disappeared. Zhu Hongwu said in a deep voice, "I still can't comprehend Xianmen Tianzong's dharma through that vile creature's flesh. However, as long as I pass today and have time to cultivate in seclusion, it's not completely hopeless. It's just that my state is still unstable, and I can't endure a long battle, even if I use a quick method to recover my cultivation and power." Liang Pan said, "I also only have the power to attack for a few times. Let's end this battle quickly. Success or failure depends on this. Hongwu, just focus on moving forward." "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At this moment, Zhu Hongwu was like an ordinary person. There was not the slightest sense of power flowing out. It was as if his tyrannical martial arts cultivation in the past had all disappeared. However, at this moment, his figure suddenly moved, and he suddenly left the top imperial palace. His speed was so fast that even Liang Pan's eyes couldn't catch a trace of him. Zhu Hongwu left the top imperial palace and stepped into the void. He looked coldly at Zhu Yi on the Permitha Golden Bridge. "Vile creature, you didn't expect this, did you? Did you think you destroyed my cultivation? In fact, you just helped me to improve further." As he spoke, he raised his hand and punched. There were no moves to speak of. It was just a punching action. However, with this action, the whole world seemed to shake. Circles after circles of supreme ruling divine light were added to his body, and the power of the top imperial palace and the great celestial wheel were also added to Zhu Hongwu's body. At this moment, Liang Pan impressively gave up his control of the top imperial palace and turned to the supreme ruling divine light with all his strength. At this moment, the power of the top imperial palace and the great celestial wheel, the 2 great artifacts of creation, were all under the control of Zhu Hongwu's punch. The surface of Zhu Hongwu's body turned completely golden, like a colored glaze. Powerful Buddhist martial arts, qi, blood, and what were also triggered. It was the power of the superior fire golden body that Zhu Hongwu had integrated. At this moment, it wasn't just the fusion of martial arts. The grand imperial palace, the great wheel of heavens, and the golden body of Buddha, these were the peak powers of the 3 great orthodoxies. With the help of Liang Pan's divine light of domination, Zhu Hongwu fused them into his fist and sublimated them. It wasn't a simple stacking. This punch contained the most terrifying power since the start of the battle. The world in front of them completely collapsed. Light, air, and sound all disappeared. In the eyes of Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others, they could only see this terrifying fist and nothing else. Ha! In the silent void, a chuckle was heard again. It came from Lin Feng's god of war clone at the peak of the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. The Yingzhou Immortal Mountain that was descending toward the Fangzong Immortal Mountain suddenly stopped. Lin Feng, who had been sitting with his legs crossed, stood up and pointed his finger at the void. Competing in terms of wealth, the yin and yang life and death formation that enveloped the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly retracted. Ding of Shenzhou turned into a small light spot and flew into the space between Zhu Yi's brows. Meanwhile, the nameless ancient formation outside the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain was activated, replacing the yin and yang life and death formation to seal the void. Lin Feng sat down slowly and said unhurriedly, "Little Yi, go all out. He won't be able to defeat you." Following his words, Zhu Yi raised his head and let out a roar. His void return, realm, physique, suddenly expanded. With his head above the sky and his feet on the blue sea, it was as if he had filled the entire Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Chapter 1294. Ding of Shenzhou sat in the middle of the yin and yang life and death formation. The formation continued to operate as if it bore the weight of the divine continent, yet it was also like the vastness of the sky. Although he had used the yin and yang life and death formation before, Zhu Yi only felt that the connection between the yin and yang life and death formation and himself was unprecedentedly close and clear. The power of the formation was constantly combining with the power meridian of his void, return body, and the power of the divine God cauldron was also constantly flowing in. Within the formation, Ding of Shenzhou suddenly trembled. Then it transformed into a world that folded together. The world unfolded, and it was like a divine continent. It completely overlapped with the yin and yang life and death formation, as well as Zhu Yi's void return physique endlessly. Zhu Yi's return to void stage body expanded explosively in size. Previously, when he stood on the Permitha Golden Bridge, he was so small that it was difficult to even look at him. However, he now seemed to be even larger than the Golden Bridge. However, as Zhu Yi activated his magic power, the Permitha Golden Bridge also expanded at this moment. The two ends of the bridge were hidden in the void, and it was impossible to see where they ended. It was as if the boundary between heaven and earth was connected and spanned across the Yingxi. Zhu Yi unleashed a Tao extinction technique. His magic power combined with the power of his magic treasure, and his aura surged. All of a sudden, the light between heaven and earth dimmed, and the pulsating light flow in the Yingxi completely disappeared. The surface of the sea no longer shimmered, and it became pitch black. Everything in the void seemed to have sunk into darkness at this moment. However, it wasn't just darkness without light. Instead, it was like the beginning of the universe, the beginning of heaven and earth, and the beginning of the primordial world. It was a state of obscurity. Right at this moment, specks of fire were suddenly born. It was like the sudden appearance of vitality. After the vitality, the light of wisdom appeared along with the specks of fire. They connected and illuminated the primordial world. The flames extended endlessly. From afar, it looked like a fire dragon, but it also looked like a path. Everyone who witnessed this scene had an epiphany. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Torrential momentum. Man conquers heaven. Amidst the flames, a golden rainbow that looked like both a path and a bridge appeared. The flames of humanity and wisdom separated into two sides and extended forward with the golden rainbow. The 9 halos on the golden rainbow flashed continuously. Zhu Yi stood on it and walked forward at a steady pace, but he was unstoppable. The spiritual bodies of the 12 heavenly generals were no longer standing under the bridge. Instead, they stood on the Permitha Golden Bridge together. Sure, Tianhao stood in front of them. The origin and end divine light between his brows split into 2 lines and shone together. The former strengthened the Permitha Golden Bridge, while the latter landed on the opponents in front of them. Vast and vigorous energy collided with Zhu Hongwu's earth-shattering fist. The yin yang 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 and and Yang Yang's destruction, Yang, and Yang, heaven and earth. Even the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain's nameless ancient formation that sealed the surrounding space had ripple-like patterns that reverberated continuously. Both Zhu Hongwu and Liang Pan's hearts sank. Zhu Hongwu's condition was unstable, and he couldn't fight a protracted battle. Liang Pan was also using the supreme divine light of domination to unite so many powerful existences. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, they would soon collapse. If they could not defeat Zhu Yi quickly, it would be suicidal for them to refine the Fangzhang Immortal Mountain or break through the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain's spatial boundary seal in front of Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge. Zhu Hongwu's body was like colored glass and was surging with Buddha light. However, there was a murderous look on his face as he punched again. With the supreme ruling divine light support, his punch carried boundless power that spun continuously in the void. The power converged and formed a huge wheel. The wheel was divided into 3 regions. In one region, the myriad worlds manifested together, and the great Daos turned into streams of light. In one region, there were countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats walking around. There were more than 10 trillion Buddhist lands. In another region, there was a supreme and majestic ruler overlooking the common people. Wherever he looked, the void turned into the vast land of the divine prefecture. And he looked down on the world. As Zhu Hongwu punched, the momentum of his fist continued to advance. Slowly, the wheel started to rotate. As the wheel rotated, the 3 regions started to interact and merge. Circles after circles of supreme, ruling divine light surrounded the edge of the wheel and rotated along with it. Liang Pan, who was in the Grand Imperial Palace, suddenly raised his hand and shot out a ray of black light. There were a few scattered pages in the black light. They contained the mystery of the cycle of life and death. They were the pages of the Book of Life and Death that he and the Gu clan master, Gu Jun, had previously chased after the king of the underworld, who was severely injured by Lin Feng. Both of them had obtained a few pages of the Book of Life and Death. They had been keeping them and studying them silently. Now that they were fighting for their lives, they couldn't care less and took them out. Other than that, the remaining Taishu mystic light was once again added to Zhu Hongwu's body. In the Grand Imperial Palace, the divine martial immortal extermination formation was activated again. The divine martial army cultivators, who were already at their limits, all trembled violently. Some of the weaker cultivators died on the spot. At this moment, all the power that could be mobilized was mobilized by Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu. They were all thrown into this battle. They wanted to carve out a bloody path in this hopeless situation and seek to turn the tables. Lin Feng sat on the Yingzhou Celestial Mountain and looked at this scene. His expression was still relaxed, and there was a faint smile on his face. With a thought, inside the little Kelowna world formed by Ding of Shenzhou in Zhu Yi's void returned Dharma body, a smear of golden light rose and illuminated the surroundings. It was a small round disk that was flashing with golden light. It was the primordial golden lamp. The primordial golden lamp didn't fly out of Zhu Yi's body like how Lin Feng fought Sun Mirage and Yuta back then. Instead, it gave off rays of golden light that were used on Zhu Yi's body. This increased the power of Zhu Yi and the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, allowing them to meet Zhu Hongwu's second punch that was even more terrifying. The fire of the human path and the fire of wisdom flickered nonstop as if they would be extinguished at any time. Even the path under their feet became dim and misty, causing confusion, hesitation, and despair. However, Zhu Yi's state of mind never wavered. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there were, they would eventually be surpassed by the surging momentum of the human path. Everyone was united as one, and they continued to move forward. The golden bridge became dazzling and magnificent again. The specks of fire on both sides of the bridge, which were like candles in the wind, instantly became vigorous again. They burned fiercely, and the fire grew stronger and stronger. In the end, they turned into pillars of fire that reached the sky and rushed into the clouds. They really had the power to burn the sky. Zhu Yi and Zhu Hongwu's gazes met. Zhu Yi put his hands behind his back and suddenly laughed. Zhu Hongwu, your cultivation in the martial path was crippled by me previously. Now you're using the golden body of Buddhism to reconstruct your body with the intention of recovering your cultivation. However, haste makes waste. Under the pressure, you broke out of seclusion in advance and buried many hidden dangers. If you completely refine the golden body, you can indeed improve further. However, the current you is just a superficial appearance. It really disappoints me. Under the deduction of the Book of Changes, Zhu Yi could see Zhu Hongwu's current state clearly. You're improving, so am I. Ever since the battle in Snowgale Country, our momentum has been completely reversed. I'm stronger than you and improve faster than you. You'll never be able to turn the tables. If I can cripple you once, I can cripple you a second time. No matter how many times you recover, I'll cripple you. In the end, you'll be captured by me and brought to my mother's grave. Zhu Yi spoke slowly. The strong confidence contained in his words made Zhu Hongwu feel a stabbing pain in his heart. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. This time, if I cripple your martial path and beat you back to a mortal, I wonder what other methods you have to stand up again. The higher one's cultivation, the heavier the blow to one's heart would be when one fell back to the mortal world. Previously, when his martial path had been crippled, Zhu Hongwu had only felt fury in his heart, but not despair. This was because he and Liang Pan still had some ideas, and were more or less confident. However, if he were to lose again this time, it would truly be a crushing defeat. It would be extremely difficult for him to make a comeback. With this thought, Zhu Hongwu was shocked. His confidence and willpower had actually been shaken by Zhu Yi, causing him to start doubting himself. He immediately composed himself and regained his composure. He said coldly, "Val Spawn, you think you've won for sure? But you don't know that you're the ones who've lost." Before he finished his words, the Fangzhong immortal mountain floating in void space suddenly trembled. Then many dark golden chains extended into void space, breaking through the power obstruction of the immortal mountain's nameless ancient formation, and establishing a connection with the immortal sea world. In the great hall at the peak of the Fangzhong immortal mountain, Liang Pan's clone sat cross-legged. His palms kept changing hand seals, and he had finally completed the final step, refining the Fangzhong immortal mountain once again. He had finally regained the Fangzhong immortal mountain that he had not seen for a long time. Even with Liang Pan's stable state of mind, he could not remain calm at this moment. More importantly, with the Fangzhong immortal mountain, there was hope of breaking through the obstruction of the immortal mountain of Yingzhou. Then Liang Pan's real body and Zhu Hongwu could break out of the encirclement and escape together, finally using the Fangzhong immortal mountain to hide in the immortal sea. By then, unless the immortal sea naturally reopened again, it would be difficult for Lin Feng and the rest to find traces of them even with the immortal mountain of Yingzhou. Although they had still lost the great Zhou dynasty's throne, they would have a chance to take a breather and slowly deal with Xianmen Tianzong. Liang Pan's eyes flickered continuously as various thoughts emerged in his mind. Now, he was worried that Lin Feng's real body could not hold back and had finally descended into the immortal sea. "Hongwu, we've achieved our goal. Let's go." Liang Pan did not dawdle at all and immediately activated the Fangzhong immortal mountain, trying to break through the seal of the immortal mountain of Yingzhou space. At the same time, Zhu Hongwu also brazenly struck out a third punch against Zhu Yi and the Golden Permitha Bridge. Vile spawn, after today, our fortunes will reverse once again. It won't be long before I kill you with my fists. After saying that, his heart thumped as he left the immortal mountain of Yingzhou with Liang Pan. However, at this moment, the void suddenly opened, and a gigantic object descended into this world without any obstruction from the immortal mountain of Yingzhou. On the immortal mountain that had a circumference of 5,000 miles and was surrounded by a vast sea of space, 9 streams of clear air gushed out continuously, and specks of light shrouded it. Panlai! Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's bodies shook violently at the same time. They were dumbfounded and felt that their thoughts had stopped working. Their bodies were filled with chills as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Feng's 9-chi clone sat on the Penglai Immortal Mountain and smiled. Then the Penglai Immortal Mountain charged towards the Fangzong Immortal Mountain. This scene instantly made Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu shudder at the same time, and extremely terrible memories surfaced in their minds. Chapter 1295. Upon seeing Mount Penglai, Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu were stunned for a moment before a chill rose in their hearts. Xianmen Tianzong actually owned 2 immortal mountains at the same time. Apart from Yingzhou, even Penglai had fallen into their hands. The scene of Penglai crashing into Fangzhong and triggering the tide of Yinghai to engulf the 2 mountains appeared in Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's minds again. They had lost their original Fangzhong Immortal Mountain during that collision and had only found it now. However, it seemed that Lin Feng did not lose Penglai Immortal Mountain. Of the 3 mountains in Yinghai, Xianmen Tianzong actually owned 2 and kept it a secret. This made Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu feel suffocated. If they had known that Lin Feng owned both Yingzhou and Penglai Immortal Mountain, they would not have entered Yinghai at all. Hiding in the void battlefield was better than coming to Yinghai to seize Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. Liang Pan had always been secretive. Before today, no one in the outside world, be it Xianmen, Tianzong, or Taishu Temple, knew that he had the divine light of creation. However, looking at Penglai Immortal Mountain at this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Your Majesty, Fangzhong Immortal Mountain must not fall into their hands again. Zhu Hongwu said, anxiously. His voice had lost its calmness, which was rare. He seemed a little flustered and exasperated, and his expression had changed. If Xianmen Tianzong obtained Fangzhong Immortal Mountain here today, Xianmen Tianzong would truly have the possibility of controlling the entire Yinghai. It was just like how the Dragon Clan occupied Xianxi. As long as they guarded Xianxi, there were only a few forces in the world that could threaten them. Even if they attacked, they would not have full confidence. This was a true foundation that would last for thousands of years. Unless there was an earth-shattering change, Xianmen Tianzong's orthodoxy would be completely stable. It would be able to dominate for thousands of years and watch the waves rise and fall, as well as the changes of the sea. In the strategy of the Great Zhou dynasty in the past, one of the most important goals was to completely control Yinghai. They would then rely on Yinghai as the foundation to build an impregnable empire. They would then continue to develop and ascend step by step to plan for other goals. But now, Yinghai that they dreamed of was about to fall into Xianmen Tianzong's hands. This made Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu extremely depressed. From a certain point of view, this was them helping the Xianmen heavenly sect find the hidden Fangzhong Immortal Mountain before the Yinghai truly reopens and the 3 mountains reappear, personally sending the Yinghai to the Xianmen heavenly sect. Lin Feng naturally accepted the big gift that was sent to him. Whether it was entering the Yingxi to search for the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain that had moved due to the heaven-punishing sword, or sending Shao Qingcheng and the others to kidnap the junior disciples of the heavenly sect, the result was the same. Thinking of this, Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's mood became even worse. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Compared to the various hidden powers of the great Zhou dynasty, Xianmen Tianzong had always been unknown. At the last moment, his true intentions were revealed. Instantly, all of Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's previous efforts became a joke. Even though Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu had always been shrewd and resolute, they were still struck dumb by this sudden blow, seeing stars before their eyes. As a result of their failure, Yinghai had completely fallen into the hands of Xianmen Tianzong. Xianmen Tianzong, who had already looked down on Shenzhou, had grown stronger, which made them shudder with fear. Even if they could escape now, thinking about the future would only make them feel more hopeless, not to mention that the hope was slim right now. Zhu Hongwu took a deep breath and punched the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain again. Zhu Yi activated the Golden Permitha Bridge, which traversed the void and blocked Zhu Hongwu's attack once again. Meanwhile, on Fangzhong Immortal Mountain, countless complicated emotions flashed through the eyes of Liang Pan's clone. Finally, he made up his mind. He put his palms together. Countless dark golden chains intertwined and vibrated together on Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. The powerful Tianxin Fangzhong, immortal light condensed and compressed, completely gathering outside the Immortal Mountain. Then, Liang Pan drove Fangzhong Immortal Mountain to collide with Lin Feng's Penglai Immortal Mountain. His main body was almost unable to continue using the supreme divine light of domination. Although Zhu Hongwu had broken through and stood up, he also had hidden troubles and could not endure a prolonged battle. Fangzhong Immortal Mountain could not do anything against Penglai and Yingzhou's attacks. If they continued to be blocked here, they would definitely lose. Their only chance now was to raise a huge tide in Yinghai and swallow everyone. Only then would they have a chance to escape. After experiencing the lesson of Lin Feng, using Penglai Immortal Mountain to defeat Fangzhong Immortal Mountain during the Battle of Yinghai, Liang Pan already knew that a violent collision between the three mountains of Yinghai would directly trigger a huge tide of Yinghai, swallowing the Immortal Mountain again. Given the current situation, they were already destined to have no hope of obtaining Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. If they continued to delay, they would be helping Xianmen Tianzong for nothing, and they would not be able to break out. Since it was not easy, they might as well give them a taste of their own medicine and use Fangzhong Immortal Mountain to defeat Lin Feng's Penglai. Previously, being defeated by Lin Feng on Fangzhong Immortal Mountain was one of the most unbearable memories in Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's hearts. In the Battle of Yinghai, they did not obtain any benefits and instead lost their foundation. It had always been recognized by the Divine Land as the turning point of the great Zhou dynasty's decline. Now that they had obtained Fangzhong Immortal Mountain after much difficulty, they had to give it up again before they could even warm it up. This feeling made Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu feel extremely vexed. As a result, their operation to escape to the Ying Ocean after giving up on Tianjin City was a complete waste of time, and they became a laughingstock. However, Liang Pan did not lack decisiveness to be able to make it to where he was today. After suffering a huge blow and being in a huge disadvantage, he still had to fight for a chance to turn the situation around. Although he and the others would not be able to obtain the Immortal Mountain in the end, they had also caused Xianmen Tianzong to lose an Immortal Mountain, causing their power in Yinghai to decline greatly and losing the chance to completely control Yinghai. They could also use the Yinghai tide as a cover to fight for a chance for themselves and the others to escape. Zhu Hongwu clearly had the same plan as Liang Pan. He once again pushed his power to the extreme to fight against Zhu Yi, creating an opportunity for Liang Pan. At the same time, he waited for an opportunity to make a move. After the Yinghai tide arrived, he was prepared to take advantage of the chaos to escape. when Liang Pan urged Fangzong, Immortal Mountain, to collide with Penglai, Immortal Mountain, Lin Feng's 9-cheese clone on Penglai, Immortal Mountain, smiled. His left hand formed a seal and placed it in front of his chest. His right hand formed another seal and touched the ground lightly with his finger. 9 streams of clear qi soared into the sky around Penglai, Immortal Mountain, and turned into 9 colors in midair. They were like 9 long rainbows that connected to the Yinghai world. Streams of light flowed continuously between heaven and earth. On the Immortal Mountain, 9 types of immortal qi circled and merged, turning into a 9-colored divine light. It was the 9 Qi's great golden hall vacuum divine light. The majestic light instantly severed the dark golden chains, circling the Fangzong Immortal Mountain in the air. However, Liang Pan had made up his mind. The Tianxin Great Golden Hall mystical light continued to condense and compress, protecting Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. It resisted the 9 Qi's Great Golden Hall vacuum divine light and continued to ram toward Penglai Immortal Mountain. However, the sea around the Penglai Immortal Mountain suddenly spread out and surrounded the mountain. 9 kinds of divine lights flashed and combined with the sea, causing the sea to emit strange lights. Then, a huge vortex was formed. Penglai Immortal Mountain itself disappeared. In its place, the huge vortex that was flickering with colorful light flowed continuously, sucking in the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain that was coming at him. The Fangzhong Immortal Mountain exerted a strong pressure, trying to shatter the vortex. However, Liang Pan's clone on the mountain felt the light above him suddenly dimming. Following this, he saw Yingzhou Immortal Mountain appearing above Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. Lin Feng's divine god of battle clone sat in the air above Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. He rose to his feet with a smile. He had already expected Liang Pan to take the risk when he appeared with Penglai Immortal Mountain. If Liang Pan could use Fangzhong Immortal Mountain to destroy one of his immortal mountains, Liang Pan and the others would have worked for nothing, but he would lose an immortal mountain for nothing. The loss would undoubtedly be greater, and it would also give Liang Pan and Zhu Hanwu a chance to escape. He was already prepared for this. When I said you know too little, I'm not just referring to the fact that I have 2 immortal mountains in my hands. Lin Feng smiled. You have no idea what you can do by controlling 2 immortal mountains at the same time. After all, before Lin Feng, no one had ever controlled 2 immortal mountains at the same time. Penglai Immortal Mountain and Yingzhou Immortal Mountain attacked from above and below, locking Fangzhong Immortal Mountain in the middle. Streams of light filled the sky, and the entire Yingzhou Immortal Sea shook. The white clouds in the sky suddenly thickened, and the surface of the sea, which had been undulating and causing landslides and tsunamis, suddenly calmed down. The dark golden chains connecting Fangzhong Immortal Mountain and the Yingzhou Immortal Sea suddenly snapped. The profound light of Tianxin Immortal Mountain that enveloped the huge Immortal Mountain dimmed, as well as if it had fallen into silence. No matter how Liang Pan tried to control it, there was no response. Liang Pan could sense that his connection with Fangzhong Immortal Mountain had not been severed. However, Fangzhong Immortal Mountain seemed to have fallen into silence. Both space and time had stopped moving. Lin Feng, Liang Pan, and Zhu Hanwu roared at the same time, feeling their hearts bleeding. They had made up their minds to fight with their lives on the line, only to realize that they could not do so even if they wanted to. Their determination was nothing more than a joke in the eyes of their opponents. To them, this was undoubtedly an even greater humiliation. However, they did not dare to stay any longer. They forcefully suppressed the negative emotions in their hearts and made a prompt decision. They wanted to take advantage of the time, when Yingzhou Immortal Mountain and Penlai Immortal Mountain were suppressing Fangzhang Immortal Mountain together to break through the spatial seal and escape immediately. At this point, it was already a great fortune for them to be able to escape with their lives. However, Lin Feng was prepared. Sitting on Penlai Immortal Mountain, his 9-chi clone called out leisurely, "Creation." A boy appeared beside him. He had bright eyes and white teeth, and was extraordinarily handsome. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, master. They won't be able to escape." With that, the boy's figure disappeared. A long river of time appeared and flew into the sky, merging with the nameless ancient formation that sealed the void. It caused the nameless ancient formation to emit a concept that seemed to contain the power to control the flow of time in the world. The power of the spatial seal strengthened once again. Together with Zhu Yi, who was hot on Zhu Hanwu and Liang Pan's heels, they trapped them in this void together. Chapter 1296. Fate Creation Boy manifested his real body. The second manifestation of the Bell of Fate, the River of Time, merged with the nameless ancient formation of Yingzhou Spirit Mountain. The nameless ancient formation suppressed the divine sense and sealed the space. Suddenly, two completely opposite yet integrated mysterious auras were integrated. It was like water. Time flowed back and forth irrevocably. All solid existences would age and decay under the erosion of the water-like time. It also seemed that time had completely stopped at this moment. After countless years, it was still eternal and indestructible. No one could leave a trace on it. As the nameless ancient formation operated, it blocked Zhu Hangu, Liang Pan, the Supreme Imperial Palace, and the Great Celestial Wheel. With the support of Liang Pan's divine light of domination, Zhu Hangu was like a devil that could destroy heaven and earth. When he punched, the power of the myriad world, the 1 billion Buddhist lands, and the divine land seemed to be gathered together and merged with each other. His power reached an incredible level. The fist momentum fell on the nameless ancient formation. Immediately, the jade plates arranged in the formation were full of cracks and were about to break. However, after being blocked for a while, Zhu Yi and the Golden Nirvana Bridge had already arrived behind him. The strong power fell, forcing Zhu Hangu to fight back with his fist. Otherwise, even if he could break the nameless ancient formation, he would not be able to escape. Zhu Yi's attack would break him, the Supreme Imperial Palace, and the Great Celestial Wheel. In the Tai Chi diagram between the eyebrows of Zhu Yi's Dharma body of void return, the yin and yang life and death formation under the control of Ding of Shenzhou kept operating, providing the majestic power to Zhu Yi. The Golden Nirvana Bridge stretched across the sky. With a sudden swing, it fell on top of Zhu Hongwu's head and suppressed him, the Supreme Imperial Palace, and the Great Celestial Wheel. On the Golden Bridge, Shi Tianhao's palms changed. His aura changed from the body of desolate God to the body of abundant essence. The horrifying blood and flesh disappeared, and the primordial spirit incarnation of the primordial Tai Chi diagram appeared. Behind him, the spirits of the 12 heavenly generals on the Permitha Bridge also changed their appearances. Their spirits solidified and turned into the 12 metal men, helping the Permitha Bridge to suppress the demonic beasts. The primordial golden lamp shone brightly in Zhu Yi's return to void stage Dharma body, and streams of light cascaded down from the golden disk like a waterfall, nourishing Zhu Yi's nascent soul Dharma body and making it more and more powerful. With such a huge power suppressing them, Zhu Hangu and Liang Pan were still suppressed by the Golden Nirvana Bridge. Although their defense was not broken, they could only passively resist. Zhu Hangu wanted to unleash his power, but his every move was under Zhu Yi's surveillance. When all the acupoints in Zhu Hongwu's body vibrated, and he wanted to push the Permitha Golden Bridge away. Zhu Yi also pressed down with an extremely violent absolute Tao of 10 directions, colliding with Zhu Hongwu and dissipating his power. Of course, Zhu Yi had the primordial golden lamp, Ding of Shenzhou, and the yin and yang life and death formation to support him. Not only was the power of Zhu Hongwu's Dharma body stronger, but it could also be used continuously. Now, Zhu Yi had the support of the primordial golden lamp, Ding of Shenzhou, and the yin and yang life and death formation. Not only was the power of Zhu Yi's Dharma body stronger, but it could also be used continuously. As a result, Zhu Yi's attacks became more and more concentrated, making the power of the Golden Nirvana Bridge stronger and stronger. The pressure on Zhu Hongwu and Liang Pan under the bridge increased rapidly. The frequency at which they erupted gradually could not keep up with Zhu Yi's eruption. In the end, it was Zhu Hongwu's body that was like a glass Buddha statue that began to show cracks. The great celestial wheel and the Grand Imperial Palace were also shaking and ringing as if they could not bear the pressure. Your Majesty, try to leave with the Grand Imperial Palace. I will sacrifice myself to open the way for you. Zhu Hongwu's expression suddenly became calm. Then he suddenly reached out to grab the great celestial wheel and smashed it heavily on the nameless ancient formation that blocked their way. His body that was like glass was burning with a blazing golden flame, just like Anaruchuo's golden body from before. Circles of supreme, ruling divine light gradually disappeared. In the Grand Imperial Palace, Liang Pan's body also retreated from the light. His face was pale and weak like never before. The thing that they were most worried about had happened. Not only could he not defeat his opponent, but he could not continue to use the supreme, ruling divine light. Not only could he not use the divine light of creation, but he had also suffered a great loss of vitality in the previous battle. His magic power had fallen to the bottom. Zhu Hongwu's worries about breaking through the seclusion in advance had also started to show, and it was difficult to continue. Where there is life, there is hope. However, after losing Zhu Hongwu and the Great Celestial Wheel, it would be difficult for Liang Pan to make a comeback even if he had the Grand Imperial Palace. However, at this moment, Zhu Hongwu could not care so much. He took the initiative to drop his great celestial wheel and used the terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. Finally, he opened a hole in the nameless ancient formation that was already densely covered with cracks. As for himself, the Buddha's light fluctuated all over his body, burning with raging flames, giving off a feeling of being reborn in paradise and peace. He crashed towards the bottom of the Permitha Golden Bridge. Liang Pan looked at Zhu Hongwu, who was crashing towards the Permitha Golden Bridge, and shouted, "Hongwu, you!" Zhu Hongwu's voice echoed in the Grand Imperial Palace. "Although that vile spawn dismembered his body and severed his blood ties with me, he will not kill me. Instead, he will capture me alive. As long as I am not dead, there will be a chance for me to start over. Your Majesty, you must leave, or else you will be in danger. Your Majesty, leave quickly, leave quickly." Liang Pan looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. The Grand Imperial Palace trembled and quickly flew towards the hole in the nameless ancient formation. Zhu Hongwu's body was burning as he crashed into the bottom of the Permitha Golden Bridge like a meteorite. Without the support of the Grand Imperial Palace and the Great Celestial Wheel, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if he burned his body, crashing into the Permitha Golden Bridge now was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. Zhu Yi stood on the Permitha Golden Bridge, and his voice echoed in the universe. "You want to die? You want to use me to stop you and capture you alive, so that Liang Pan can take the chance to escape?" Defeating and killing a person was completely different from capturing a person alive and making the other party lose control of their life and death. The Yi-Dao talisman above Zhu Yi's head expanded and deduced continuously. It was as clear as a blazing fire and instantly saw through Zhu Hongwu's plan. Although the idea is good, it is useless. Zhu Yi's tone was calm. The gap between you and me and our sect is too big. From the beginning, your life and death are not up to you. As he spoke, the yin and yang life and death formation in the middle of his eyebrows flew out and expanded in the void. It pressed down on the Grand Imperial Palace, who was trying to escape. Liang Pan forcibly activated the Grand Imperial Palace. The Grand Imperial Light Shadow stood on the top of the palace, and the mass of chaotic qi appeared again. He wanted to use the explosive power of the ultimate Emperor Heaven opening skill to temporarily block the yin and yang life and death formation. But at this moment, a handsome boy appeared in the crack of the nameless ancient formation. It was Fate Creation Boy. He smiled and looked at the Grand Imperial Palace, who was rushing towards him, without saying a word. Above his head, an earth-shaking ancient bell, which seemed to be both small and huge, rang leisurely. The river of time appeared again and sucked in the Grand Imperial Palace, who was trying to escape. For a moment, Liang Pan and the Grand Imperial Palace felt as if their thoughts had stopped. Time had stopped for them and their surroundings. The Supreme Emperor Heaven's splitting technique exploded, and the last of the great void mystic light also dissipated. Liang Pan and the Supreme Emperor Palace struggled to break free from the suppression of the river of time, but they were still entangled by the endless river and could not escape. The next moment, Ding of Shenzhou and the yin and yang life and death formation came crashing down, engulfing the Grand Imperial Palace. Fourth junior sister, Liang Pan's fate has come to an end today. You can deal with him. As for Zhu Hongwu, I want to take him to my mother's grave. If there is anything else, please let us talk about it later. Zhu Yi turned around and looked at Yu Hongyan, who had been standing silently on the Permitha Bridge. The Grand Imperial Palace is suppressed by the yin and yang life and death formation and Ding of Shenzhou. The divine martial army is almost destroyed. He can't make a comeback anymore. Junior sister, you have the protection of Sha Luo Xian, so you shouldn't be in danger. But Liang Pan is also a top figure among the Dao integration cultivators. Even though he is weak now, you must not be careless. Yu Hongyan's eyes seem to be shining with fire. Silently, she said, if it was another opponent, I wouldn't take advantage of you. Even if I can't defeat him now, I am confident that I can defeat him, surpass him, and defeat him in the future. But for Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu, the sooner I see them die, the happier I will be and the more grateful I am to you, second senior brother. Don't worry, second senior brother. I have never been as calm as I am now, because I know that if I am not calm, I will not be able to take revenge. I have been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Since I was a child, I have been waiting for this day. Now that this moment is finally in front of me, I will grasp it firmly. With that, Yu Hongyan had already jumped off the Permitha Bridge and landed in the Grand Imperial Palace. The wondrous Shaluo tree was like a small branch that floated above her head and swayed with the wind. I will go and deal with the opponents other than Liang Pan for fourth senior sister. Li Yuanfang also landed in the Grand Imperial Palace with the Xiantian seal. Your Majesty, Zhu Hongwu was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hit the Permitha Bridge above his head, wanting to shake it off and rush to the Grand Imperial Palace. Zhu Yi stood calmly on the Permitha Bridge. Shi Tianhao and the 12 golden colossi all turned into streams of light and got off the bridge. They surrounded Zhu Hongwu, but did not attack. They only locked Zhu Hongwu with their divine senses. The Permitha Bridge suddenly pressed down. preventing Zhu Hongwu from escaping. Zhu Yi put his palms together, and streams of air surged. Layers of power concepts gathered and were destroyed together. The extremely violent absolute Tao of 10 directions heavily bombarded Zhu Hongwu, who was being suppressed by the Permitha Bridge, and directly smashed his body into pieces. Vile spawn! Vile spawn! Zhu Hongwu's body was like a broken Buddha statue, but he did not die. There was no blood in the void, only pieces of Zhu Hongwu's broken body. Each piece was burning with raging flames, and each piece was as clear as glass. They all reflected Zhu Hongwu's face and roared together, wanting to gather together. Zhu Yi said, "Zhu Hongwu, you won't be able to escape today." Streams of air surged on his body and turned into characters of light and darkness in the void. Then, each character turned into a spell altar that formed the mandala barrier of light and darkness, sealing a piece of Zhu Hongwu's body inside. Zhu Hongwu kept struggling and roared, "Vile spawn!" As he roared, the burning pieces kept moving, wanting to rush out of the mandala barrier of light and darkness. Noisy! Zhu Yi glanced at the fragments and raised his palm. A 4-symbols great cycle array descended, collecting all the light and darkness mandala and the great barrier of heavens. Then he slapped down with his palm. The array and the barrier shook together, breaking the fragments of Zhu Hongwu's body into even finer pieces, almost turning them into powder. Chapter 1297. Zhu Hongwu, who had initially refined the golden body of Upanishad with his own body of flesh and blood, displayed great strength and physical abilities that were different from those of ordinary martial adepts. Even though his body had been shattered into thousands of pieces, he still did not die, and even retained extraordinary strength. His consciousness was clear, and he wanted to reconstruct his body. However, Zhu Yi's skills were a notch higher. He activated the 4-symbols great heavenly cycle formation and the light and darkness mandala great barrier of heavens. The two techniques worked in parallel, sealing each and every piece of Zhu Hongwu's broken body separately and firmly suppressing them. Although this is only the initial refining of the primordial golden body, it will be a little more difficult to destroy your martial arts than the last time. There was no emotion in Zhu Yi's voice, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was natural and not worth mentioning, but the result will not change. For me, it will only take some time. After saying this, Zhu Yi said no more. The golden nirvana bridge swept up the great celestial wheel in the void, and then the whole thing fell toward the Grand Imperial Palace. The Grand Imperial Palace, which could not escape under the suppression of Ding of Shenzhou and the Yin and Yang life and death formation, was now completely helpless under the suppression of the Golden Nirvana Bridge. Although there were bursts of anger and unwillingness coming from it, like an enraged emperor, even though he was at a disadvantage, his pride and majesty did not diminish in the slightest. But at this moment, he was also suppressed to the point where he could not move. Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao descended the Golden Nirvana Bridge together and landed within the Grand Imperial Palace. They saw Li Yuanfang sitting cross-legged on the drill ground in front of the Grand Imperial Palace, surrounded by streams of light, forming a huge magic formation that enveloped the entire area. There were still many cultivators of the great Zhou dynasty in the Grand Imperial Palace, including King of Donghai, Liang Jinglai, and other cultivators of the great Zhou dynasty. But at this moment, they were all trapped by Li Yuanfang's magic formation and could not move at all. The Black Heaven Seal, a Mahayana-level magic treasure belonging to Xianmen Tianzong, He Luoju, floated silently in the air, resonating with Li Yuanfang's magic formation, and its power completely suppressed the area. However, at this moment, the defeat of Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's side was already set in stone. Besides a few people who were stubbornly resisting, most people had lost their will to fight and sat dejectedly on the spot. Li Yuanfang saw Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao and said, "The dragon crouching tablet was summoned into the hall by Liang Pan first. The dragon crouching tablet and the warship were both Mahayana magic treasures that belonged to the great Zhou Empire. However, whether it was Li Yuanfang, Shi Tianhao, or Zhu Yi, none of them seemed worried. The Grand Imperial Palace was suppressed, the Shunwu army was utterly defeated, and Yu Hongyan had the Shaluo wondrous tree with him. Even with the dragon subduing tablet, Liang Pan couldn't do much. Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao stood outside the hall beside Li Yuanfang. They did not enter the hall and waited patiently. The ripples of mana in the hall were extremely violent, and all kinds of collisions occurred. The intense battle was clearly accumulating. Liang Pan rarely fought personally. His glory was overshadowed by the Grand Imperial Palace, and even Zhu Hongwu in the eyes of many. However, his true strength was not to be underestimated. Even though the supreme divine light of domination could not be used, Liang Pan's arts and mana were still very powerful. However, when he teamed up with Zhu Hongwu to fight Zhu Yi, he overused the supreme divine light of domination. This greatly damaged Liang Pan's vitality and made him extremely weak. He was almost at the end of his rope. Even though he was once rich and had great savings and had no lack of all kinds of pills to heal himself, he would not be able to recover all his vitality in a short amount of time and return to his peak state. Therefore, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and Li Yuanfang were not worried about Yu Hongyan. In their view, after the Shaluo wondrous tree suppressed the dragon crouching tablet, the result of the battle was already decided. It seemed very short, but also very long. Suddenly, there was an unprecedented violent ripple of mana in the hall, but it quickly calmed down. However, after a while, the sound of footsteps was heard. A figure wearing armor and holding a halberd walked out of the hall. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the air like flames. On the right shoulder of the armor, there was a crack. Blood could be seen from it, and the ripple of the armor itself became weak. However, the aura from this figure shot up to the 9 heavens, shocking everyone. Behind her floated a tree branch. The branch flashed with a dark gold luster, forming a halo. The halo was like a small world, and a stone tablet could be seen inside. The person who walked out of the hall had bright eyes and white teeth. Her face was beautiful, but her red eyebrows were like thin swords dyed with blood, and she looked murderous. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and Li Yuanfang saw her and smiled. The person who came was naturally Yu Hongyan, looking at her fellow sect members. Although her face was pale and she looked weak, a bright smile appeared on her face. Then she raised her left hand. In her left hand, she held a broken flat crown. The bead curtain was broken, and the emperor's aura was lost, leaving only a sense of defeat. This flat crown was previously worn on Liang Pan's head, but now it was in Yu Hongyan's hands. It went without saying how Liang Pan would take it. Zhu Yi suddenly felt that he was sealed. Zhu Hongwu, who was struggling and resisting crazily, suddenly fell silent. After a brief moment of silence, it was followed by a frenzied explosion. Furious roars sounded from within the ceiling formation, echoing nonstop in the void. "How dare you, lowly servant? How dare you, unfilial son? How dare you harm His Majesty? You will die a horrible death, and you will fall into hell forever." The broken pieces of Zhu Hongwu's body started to twist. Belai was almost smashed by Zhu Yi's palm. Now, it kept gathering and flashed with a dazzling light. In the light, the figures of Zhu Hongwu were reflected one after another. All of them were furious like never before. "As long as I still have a breath left, I will definitely punish all of you traitors." Zhu Yi shook his head. "Even now, you still want to be stubborn? Your willpower is indeed strong. Even at this moment, you have not completely lost your faith. This is the foundation of your strength, but also the root of your destruction. Moving his fingers, Zhu Yi formed a few hand seals, and a powerful force pressed down once again. The surging magic power transformed into the Kirin Saint Beast, intimidating the group of evil, causing the seal to become even more stable. Zhu Hongwu was instantly suppressed, not giving him any chance to turn the situation around. Zhu Yi turned to look at Yu Hongyan. Fourth junior sister, congratulations. You finally got your revenge, and got what you wanted. Shi Tianhao and Li Yuanfang also said, Fourth senior sister, congratulations. Yu Hongyan looked at the seal in Zhu Yi's hand. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. When she turned to look at Zhu Yi and the other two, her gaze became gentle. Even her sword-like eyebrows, which were slightly raised, seemed to have become much gentler at this moment. Countless past events appeared in Yu Hongyan's heart. Countless people's figures also flashed in her mind. At this moment, Yu Hongyan, who had finally achieved her biggest goal in life, had many complicated emotions in her heart. She was at a loss, but she also faintly felt that her spirit had been sublimated. This feeling had also appeared when she defeated Zhang Lai in the past. Yu Hongyan slowly closed her eyes. The flames in her eyes seemed to be extinguished. When she opened her eyes again, an even brighter flame lit up. She flew up from the Grand Imperial Palace and arrived in the void. She looked at the 3 mountains of Yingxi that were stacked together vertically. Then she prostrated towards the mountains. Lin Feng's 9-Chi clone on Mount Penglai and his God of War clone on Yingzhou looked at Yu Hongyan and smiled. Hongyan, my disciple, there's no need to do this. You just have to identify the path you want to take, and I'll be happy. A tall figure suddenly appeared on Fangzhang Immortal Mountain. He wore white scale armor and had 2 horns on his head. Lightning flashed all over his body. It was Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone. The Brontosaurus clone was carrying a person in his hand. It was Liang Pan's clone. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was silent. He had already perished. Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone also looked at Yu Hongyan and smiled. You still have a long life ahead of you. Yu Hongyan paid her respects to Lin Feng in midair. A layer of mist could vaguely be seen in her eyes. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye and became bright flames again. It was dazzling and moving. She said in a clear voice, It's all thanks to Master and the sect. I'm deeply grateful. I won't dare to forget Master's teachings. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and Li Yuanfang also flew out from the Grand Imperial Palace. Zhu Yi bowed to Lin Feng. Master, I plan to return to Yujing Mountain. Lin Feng nodded. Go ahead. Yes, Master. Zhu Yi turned to look at Yu Hongyan and the other 2 and said, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to bring Zhu Hongwu to my mother's grave to make a clean break. Yu Hongyan's eyes brightened. He said softly, Congratulations to second senior brother for finally getting what you wanted. I want to thank second senior brother, sixth junior brother, and Tianhao for what happened today. I can't thank you enough. Zhu Yi and the other 2 shook their heads. You're welcome. We're from the same sect. It's only right that we go our separate ways. After saying that, Zhu Yi went up Mount Penglai. There was a space formation set up by Lin Feng that could directly transport people back to Mount Kunlun. Zhu Yi returned to Yujing Mountain and went to his cave residence, the Qian Tian Hall. Beside the hall, a small world was opened up. The small world was extremely beautiful. The scenery was pleasant, and the spiritual energy was rich. However, no one lived in it. Instead, it maintained a primitive style. Only in the center of the small world, there was a mountain peak. There was a path on the mountain which was man-made. Following the path up the mountain, a grave could be seen halfway up the mountain. Zhu Yi came before the grave and loosened his mana. The seal was undone, and the pieces of Zhu Hongwu's body started to gather rapidly. The glass-like pieces reflected Zhu Hongwu's face. He stared coldly at the grave in front of him. Meng, Bing, Yun, Zhu Yi grabbed with both hands. His mana surged continuously, and he pinched Zhu Hongwu's broken pieces back together. However, during this process, his supernatural powers and mana shook violently, causing Zhu Hongwu's body to be covered in fine cracks. Streams of light kept moving up and down in the cracks, making it impossible for the cracks to close up. Chapter 1298. In the crack on Zhu Hongwu's body, Zhu Yi used his mana, and a large amount of vital qi and essence leaked out. If the vital qi and essence leaked out, then Zhu Hongwu's power would fall to rock bottom, and his strength would be reduced to nothing. It would be more thorough than the first time his martial path was destroyed. Zhu Hongwu let out an unwilling roar, and rays of light could be seen flashing in his eyes. In his eyes, there was the birth and death of the 8 trigrams, and the strange scene of the creation of creation. In Zhu Hongwu's mana aura, there was a bit of the concept of the heavenly virtue scripture. This was after he refined Zhu Yi's original corporeal body, and now he was refined by Zhu Yi's mana. Under the combination of internal and external, he gradually broke through the layer of window paper. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu actually locked the vital qi that leaked out, and did not let Zhu Yi succeed. His long roar echoed in the small world. Unfilial son, you can't do anything to me. All your efforts are in vain. Instead, it allows me to see through the secret of your sex Dao technique and improve to the next level. The Dao technique of your Xianmen Tianzong is no longer a secret in front of me. Unfilial son, everything you have done is to make me stronger. You will eventually lose to me. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu felt that many of the problems that had been troubling him in the past were easily solved. The various principles shocked him. At his current level, he did not need to carefully comprehend it. Just by looking at the principles of the scripture, he felt that he had benefited a lot. Everything was clear, and his martial path, qi, blood, and supernatural power would be greatly improved. If he could completely comprehend it, his strength would immediately soar to an unimaginable level. The hidden danger of hastily fusing with the Yupo-Li golden body would be eliminated in an instant. All his injuries would be healed, and his whole person would have a qualitative leap. Zhu Hongwu even felt that if he was successful in cultivating the heavenly virtue scripture, he could immediately try to go through the first tribulation, and he would definitely succeed. He would not fall under the Deva's decay and Dharma-ending tribulation. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu felt that every thought in his primordial spirit and every pore on his body were extremely smooth, and he was extremely happy. However, at this moment, Zhu Yi's voice suddenly sounded, "Zhu Hongwu, it's time for you to wake up from your dream." Zhu Yi stretched out his palm, and with a sudden movement, the seals of the 4 symbols Great Cycle Array and the Light and Darkness Mandala Great Barrier of all heavens were once again placed on Zhu Hongwu. After all, Zhu Hongwu had yet to truly comprehend the Tao Te Ching, nor could he resolve his own injuries. As soon as he was enveloped by Zhu Yi's sealing power, the circulation of qi, blood, and magic power in his body suddenly stagnated. This feeling was like a yawn that was suddenly blocked by someone. You wanted to stretch, but you just couldn't move up or down, and you just couldn't feel good. The stifling feeling made Zhu Hongwu look like he was constipated. Anxiety, anger, vexation, frustration, grievance, vexation, all sorts of emotions surged into Zhu Hongwu's heart. He was so close to seeing through the mysteries of the Tao Te Ching. He was so close to recovering from his injuries. He was so close. But it was precisely this point that seemed so close yet so far, and it caused him to be unable to arrive at the end. He was so close, and as long as he took this step, he could achieve his goal. However, he couldn't take this step no matter what. He could only stare at it. Zhu Yi said silently, "Zhu Hanwu, let's not talk about our grievances. Your willpower is firm, your talent is outstanding, and your strength is improving rapidly. They are all very rare and outstanding. In the future, when you reach the Dharma-ending realm, you might even be able to defeat some great demons of the Dharma-ending realm with your bare hands. But it's useless. From the moment I achieved the primordial spirit, our luck has been completely reversed. You are not as strong as me in the same realm, and you are not as fast as me in your cultivation progress. You are not a match for me in the same realm, and you can't suppress me with your realm. So, I'll let you reach the Dharma-ending realm. Can you imagine how far I'll go at that time?" He put the seal on Zhu Hongwu's body and then retracted it. Then, he casually slapped his palm down and activated the Absolute Tao technique. From the cracks on Zhu Hongwu's body, a large amount of essence qi and pneuma gushed out uncontrollably. Such violent essence qi and pneuma was enough to completely destroy the whole small world. However, under Zhu Yi's control, it was firmly locked and couldn't affect the outside world at all. The place where the two of them were seemed to be isolated from this small world. They were not in the same region. After the previous changes, a huge crack appeared in Zhu Hongwu's state of mind, which had always been firm. Once the crack appeared, it was difficult to repair it. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu's state of mind was like his body breaking apart. Compared to the destruction of his physical martial arts, the collapse of his state of mind at this moment was more critical for Zhu Hongwu. At this time, despair finally surged into Zhu Hongwu's heart, and it became more and more intense. All of this was the result of his state of mind being broken. Like a flood bursting through a dam, it was difficult to reverse, and it would only become more and more serious. Zhu Yi lightly said, "Your reason, Tao is power, reason is logic. If others don't believe in your reason, then you will use your Tao to force them to believe. Those who disobey will be killed, those who obey will prosper, and those who resist will perish. After you lose your strength, you may still believe in your logic, but you will no longer be able to force others to believe in you." Zhu Yi's tone was calm, but it was like a sledgehammer that constantly hammered at Zhu Hongwu's heart, causing the crack in his state of mind to become bigger and bigger. People of different paths cannot make plans together. This is very normal. Today, I will take revenge for my mother. I will cripple your martial arts and make you lower your head to her. This is also the right and proper thing to do. Zhu Hongwu suddenly raised his head. The calmness in his eyes had already completely disappeared, leaving only madness and anger. He stared fixedly at Meng Bingyun's tombstone in front of him. With an angry roar, he suddenly ignited his own body and once again used the self-sacrifice technique, slamming towards Meng Bingyun's tombstone. That day, I cared about my reputation and didn't place righteousness before family, resulting in today's disaster. I can't accept this, and I'm even more unwilling. Let us be destroyed together. Essence Qi was still continuously leaking out from the cracks on the surface of his body. At this time, it was like a spark splashing into a pot of oil, instantly igniting a raging fire. Seeing this, Zhu Yi shook his head. "Stubborn, you only have yourself to blame." He opened his palms, as if he didn't stop Zhu Hongwu from slamming into Meng Bingyun's tombstone. However, waves of magic power continuously fluctuated, and the moment Zhu Hongwu slammed into the tombstone, it descended. The powerful force directly crushed Zhu Hongwu's body into pieces, turning it into fragments again. These fragments could not reassemble into Zhu Hongwu's body. Instead, under the effect of Zhu Yi's magic power, they actually split into four, turning into four fences that fell around the tombstone. These fences were all the color of colored glass, clear and transparent, exuding a sense of tranquility and benevolence. The light shadows of four Buddhas flickered on top of the fences, all of them chanting sutras. Zhu Hongwu's angry roars gradually faded into the distance, but they could still be heard. However, they were insignificant and were drowned out by the chanting of sutras. At the top of the four fences stood the statues of an azure dragon, a phoenix, a kirin, and a spirit turtle. Mother, you were expelled from Taishu Temple when you were alive. Today, I will use my Buddhist magic power to strengthen your tombstone. I hope you won't take offense. Zhu Hongwu is stubborn, and he still wanted to harm you in his final moments. Let him repent in front of your tombstone for the rest of his life. Zhu Yi stood in front of the tombstone, remaining silent for a long time. Hao Yang's clone appeared beside him. He opened his palm, and a person appeared. It was Xiao Qingcheng. At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng looked at Zhu Yi and the tombstone in front of her in shock. Although she had been suppressed and imprisoned by the magic power of Hao Yang's clone, she could still clearly see everything that happened in the outside world. What happened just now made her, who had already reached the return to Void Realm, feel fear from the bottom of her heart. Zhu Hongwu had been refined by Zhu Yi into a part of Meng Binyun's tomb, or it could be said that Zhu Yi had used Zhu Hongwu's body, which had fused with the golden body of Buddhism, to erect four fences around Meng Binyun's tomb. His divine soul and were sealed in the fence. These four fences contained a large amount of essence qi and origin qi. If one was willing to refine them, they could immediately become a powerful magic treasure. Zhu Yi naturally wouldn't refine them into a magic treasure. He turned to look at Xiao Qingcheng. Silently, he said, I once said that I wouldn't kill you, but you have to stay in front of my mother's tomb and sweep it for the rest of your life. He once again unleashed his divine ability, sealing and refining Xiao Qingcheng. This process was much easier than refining Zhu Hongwu. Xiao Qingcheng's cultivation had been crippled, so she was like an ordinary woman. When she thought of what Zhu Yi had said just now, her entire body trembled, and her face instantly turned ashen. To her, this was something even harder to accept than killing her. Valspawn, kill me if you can. You want me to watch that bitch's tomb? Don't even think about it. Xiao Qingcheng had the intention to provoke Zhu Yi, so she deliberately made a vulgar move and spat her saliva on Meng Binyun's tombstone. The fences around the tombstone suddenly lit up, blocking Xiao Qingcheng's saliva from far away. Moreover, it bounced back and landed on Xiao Qingcheng's face. Inside the fences, Zhu Hongwu's angry roar suddenly became louder, but it disappeared in a flash, becoming low and weak once again. Looking at the fences, Xiao Qingcheng's expression seemed to be mixed between crying and laughing, extremely complicated. Ha ha ha! Hongwu, whether you're willing or not, you're also guarding Meng Binyun's tomb now. After crippling Xiao Qingcheng's cultivation, Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly turned pitch black. At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng, who was no different from an ordinary person, came into contact with Zhu Yi's eyes. Her consciousness instantly became blurry, and a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Underworld, king of the underworld's orthodoxy? I've never done anything like enslaving others. You're the only exception. This is the punishment you deserve. Zhu Yi lightly said. He used the profundities of the king of the underworld's orthodoxy to set up a restriction in Xiao Qingcheng's mind. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only obediently watch Meng Binyun's tomb. She couldn't do anything that would damage the tomb, nor could she commit suicide or harm herself. The anger, fear, humiliation, and unwillingness in Xiao Qingqing's eyes gradually turned into helplessness. In the end, her face turned ashen. Under her lifeless gaze, Zhu Yi lit a bunch of incense, and after paying his respects to Meng Bingyun again, he turned and left. From then on, there was only peace in the small world. Chapter 1299. At that moment, White Cloud Mountain seemed to have regained its peace and tranquility. It was no longer the crisis that the Yudu race had faced. Layers of white clouds shrouded the mountain, making it look like an illusion. In the depths of White Cloud Mountain, 3 women sat facing each other in a stone room. The one who sat in the main seat was a woman in white. Her facial features gave her the charm of an adult woman, but she also looked like a little girl who had yet to grow up. The woman in white looked normal, and no injuries could be seen on the surface. However, the magic power around her was still weak. She was a member of Taishu Temple's Supreme Elder Guild, the disciple of the deceased Tao Venerable Qingyi, and Yan Mingyue's teacher, Yun Yuanjun. She had been cut in half by Lin Feng and almost died on the spot. She was then thrown into the Xianhai and almost died. Even she had to admit that she was lucky to be alive. Opposite her sat a woman who was similarly dressed in white with white clouds embroidered on her lapel. Only, compared to the calm and indifferent Yun Yuanjun, her expression and temperament were much colder and more serious. She was another supreme elder of the Taishu Temple, Lord Yu Yuan. Silently, Tao Venerable Yu Yuan said, "Junior Sister Yun, it seems that your previous plans can't be realized anymore. What do you plan to do next?" Her gaze swept past Yun Yuanjun and the girl in green beside her. That was Yun Yuanjun's disciple, Yan Mingyue. Yun Yuanjun sighed. The great Zhou dynasty was originally the most suitable choice. If it wasn't for the appearance of the celestial sect of Xianmen, everything would have been very smooth. But now that things have come to this, there is no benefit in saying all this. Just like what Senior Sister Yu Yuan said, it is difficult for Mingyue and my vision to be realized. At least for as long as the celestial sect of Xianmen exists, it will be difficult to realize. Yan Mingyue sat at the side and didn't say a word. Silently listening to the conversation of her elders, she bowed slightly. Mingyue didn't think it through. When Lord Yu Yuan and Yun Yuanjun heard this, they both shook their heads. Yun Yuanjun said, "There's no need to blame yourself. You're not the only one who miscalculated on the matter of the celestial sect of Xianmen. To be honest, my master, Martial Uncle Tai Yi, Martial Uncle Jingyi, Martial Uncle Xian Yi, and I, as well as others, have all misjudged." Yan Mingyue fell silent again. She couldn't help but recall the conversation she had with Lin Feng after the Battle of West Hill City. Mingyue has more confidence in the sea. No matter how big the ship is, it is still sailing on the sea. That's not for sure. This ship of mine might be able to fly. The seas of the mortal world could hardly contain a divine boat. The universe and the stars were the way. Yan Mingyue shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. She once had a premonition, and over the years, her premonitions kept coming true. However, she really did not expect that this day would come so quickly. It was so fast that almost everyone except for Xianmen Tianzong felt unprepared. But all of this was now in front of them. They couldn't ignore it or doubt it. They could only face it and accept it. The fall of the great Zhou dynasty is imminent. The other forces can't be of much use. They are even gradually leaning toward Xianmen Tianzong. The situation in the divine land is getting worse. Yun Yuanjun sighed softly. "I'm afraid it won't be long before the master of the celestial sect tears off his disguise and reveals his true ferocious fangs. Lord Yu Yuan said expressionlessly, "The master of the celestial sect doesn't understand. He guards Yujing Mountain with his fierce sword, frightening the demons of infinite wasteland domain. His disciples alone can destroy the great Zhou dynasty. The others are afraid of the master of the celestial sect and dare not interfere. I can only sit back and watch all of this happen. The real worry about the fall of the great Zhou dynasty is the possibility that Xianmen Tianzong's strength will increase because of this. The Grand Emperor Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens are both precious treasures. Once they surrender to Xianmen Tianzong, the consequences will be unimaginable. If Fangzhang Immortal Mountain also falls into the hands of Xianmen Tianzong because of Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu, then they will have both immortal mountains. In this way, the next timing height really opens, Xianmen Tianzong will have too much of an advantage. When Lord Yu Yuan said this, Yun Yuanzhen and Yan Minghua looked solemn. Yun Yuanzhen looked at Lord Yu Yuan. Uncle Jingyi and the others, do they intend to take the Grand Emperor Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens? Lord Yu Yuan answered. Although we had such an idea in the beginning, we didn't have the chance. The master of the celestial sect is watching infinite wasteland and our temple. It's not a wise move to take action now. She and Yun Yuanzhen looked at each other and shook their heads. For Taishu Temple, if they wanted to take the Grand Emperor Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens, they had to take action before Xianmen Tianzong. However, when the war between the two worlds had just ended, the Taishu Temple's vitality was greatly damaged, and its losses were not light. Dao Master Qing Yi and Yan Nanlai died. Dao Master Tai won, Dao Master Zheng won, and Dao Master Xian won. Even Wu Mingqi, who could draw upon the power of the Netherworld Sea, were all injured and were extremely weak. Even if they took down the great Zhou dynasty, it would be easy for others to take advantage of them. Secondly, the great Zhou dynasty had been close to Taishu Temple all these years. During the war between the two worlds, they even used the Grand Emperor Palace and the Dragon Vein Chi to support White Cloud Mountain. If Taishu Temple personally dealt with the great Zhou dynasty, it would inevitably disappoint the onlookers. Although the great Zhou dynasty had a bad record and even plotted against the great Qin dynasty during the war between the two worlds, using the Dragon Vein Chi to support White Cloud Mountain, it was no doubt helping the Taishu Temple, but it was also secretly plotting against the great Qin dynasty. Taishu Temple wanted to settle the score with the great Zhou dynasty. As long as the merits were merits, the mistakes were mistakes. However, if Xianmen Tianzong wanted to intervene, Taishu Temple had no reason to stop it. If it caused a bigger conflict, it would not be what Taishu Temple wanted at the moment. This attack on the great Zhou dynasty was the settlement after the war between the two worlds. It was not only between Xianmen Tianzong and the great Zhou dynasty, between the great Qin dynasty and the great Zhou dynasty, but also between Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple after the war between the two worlds. As for the far-reaching impact of the war between the two worlds, Xianmen Tianzong suppressing Taishu Temple to become the #1 sect in the Divine Land, this was just the beginning. The follow-up was just starting to ferment. The king of the underworld is heavily injured and has gone into hiding. It is difficult for him to do anything. After this battle, the Gu clan will probably officially lean towards Xianmen Tianzong. Lord Yu Yuan said coldly, "The only ones who might intervene in this attack on the Great Zhou are the Buddhists. However, I do not know how they will view Xianmen Tianzong." Although there was the matter of the karma discussion back then, the emperor's cultivation realm is far beyond the reach of ordinary Buddhist cultivators. It is hard to predict how they will view the karma discussion. In terms of power, the future Starglaze Buddha is his incarnation from the past to the future, becoming the nirvana realm of the present. It is mysterious and unpredictable. As time passes after its birth, its power will increase rapidly. When it reaches its peak, if it becomes an enemy of Xianmen Tianzong, it can divert some of the master of Xianmen's attention. Yun Yuanjin said, "It is still hard to judge how the Buddhists will act. On the other hand, there are many demons in Tianhuang mainland who are eager to make a move. However, they are afraid that the master of Xianmen's true body has not moved, so they can only look on and stop. Currently, any move by Xianmen Tianzong would attract the full attention of all the forces in the Divine Land and Tianhuang mainland. In the war between the two realms, the demons who had suffered a great loss because of Lin Feng were all thinking of getting back at him. Besides the Taishu Temple and the Haoqian Mirror, the rise of a more powerful force in the human clan was definitely not good news for the demons." Dao Master Yu Yuan's eyes slightly froze. "Junior Sister Yun, have you seen the image of the battle between Zhu Yi and Zhu Hongwu in Snowgale Kingdom?" Yun Yuanjin knew what Dao Master Yu Yuan wanted to say. Her expression changed slightly, and after a moment of silence, she replied, "Senior Sister Yu Yuan, I understand what you mean. Zhu Yi, the disciple of the master of Xianmen, has just reached the void return realm. His divine sense and Dharma power are so strong that they are almost comparable to the powerful cultivators in the Dharma-ending realm. Such terrifying power is shocking." Yun Yuanjin said slowly, "Zhu Yi's fellow disciples are probably on par with him in the same realm." The stone chamber suddenly fell into silence. Dao Master Yu Yuan murmured. Thinking back to the attacks of the master of Xianmen over the years, he actually, at this point, Dao Master Yu Yuan, Yun Yuanjin, and Yen Mingwei did not even dare to continue thinking about it. At this moment, it is useless to guess these things. The important thing is that he is the strongest in the Divine Land. This is a fact that is in front of us. Yun Yuanjin sighed and shook her head. After this war between the two realms, the initiative of the Divine Land is no longer in our control. We are now sealing the mountain to plan for the future. This is a kind of helplessness, but we can only accept it. I will recuperate in White Cloud Mountain, and Mingwei will also stay in White Cloud Mountain to cultivate. Our previous plans will be put on hold indefinitely for the time being. Yen Mingwei looked calm. Obviously, she had already known about it. Slowly, she nodded to Dao Master Yu Yuan. Dao Venerate Yu Yuan said, "All right, let's wait for the spiritual sea to find out." Since the master of the celestial sect did not go to Yingxi personally, Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu still have a chance to escape. As he spoke, a ball of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the stone room, and a voice came from it. "Marshal Uncle Yu Yuan, Marshal Uncle Yun, quickly come to the top of the mountain to participate." The voice was flat and dry, without any change in tone. It was the voice of Lin Daohan. Dao Master Yu Yuan, Yun Yuanjin, and Yen Mingwei nodded in unison, "Temple Master." Then Lin Daohan continued, "Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu have been defeated and killed. The Grand Imperial Palace, the Great Wheel of Heaven, and Fangzhong Immortal Mountain have all fallen into the hands of Xianmen Tianzong." Dao Master Yu Yuan and the other two sighed. "In this way, if we can digest these gains, Xianmen Tianzong's strength will soar again." Unexpectedly, Lin Daohan continued, "In addition, the master of the celestial sect is very secretive. Other than Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, Penglai Immortal Mountain has long fallen into his hands. Now, together with Fangzhong Immortal Mountain, the three mountains have all fallen into Xianmen Tianzong's hands. Yingxi is in danger." Hearing this news, Dao Master Yu Yuan, Yun Yuanjin, and Yen Mingwei were dumbfounded. What? Chapter 1300. It was said that those who could control Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong would be able to completely refine and controlling ocean, one of the seven seas of heaven origin. As no one had truly done it since ancient times, the rumor had never been verified, and no one could confirm whether it was true or not. However, the three mountains of Ocean were the most precious existences in Ocean, so they definitely had an important connection to completely controlling Ocean. For a certain force or a certain person, there would naturally be a difference between controlling one immortal mountain and controlling two immortal mountains. With two immortal mountains in their hands, their hopes and chances of success would naturally increase greatly. This would make everyone vigilant and restrain them in the days to come, but at least it would still be tolerated. After all, even if a force controlled two mountains at the same time, it would only be more convenient in Ocean. Ocean was vast and boundless, and there was still a long way to go to occupy it. However, controlling two mountains and three mountains was a completely different concept. If one person controlled all three mountains, it meant that the entire Ocean could be refined by that person. Putting aside the precious resources in Ocean, if a force completely refined Ocean, it would affect the situation of the entire great heaven origin world. In particular, the force that controlled the three mountains was Xianmen Tianzong, the number one sect in the Divine Land. In terms of strength alone, it could even be said to be the number one force in the entire great heaven origin world. The outcome of Ocean falling into the hands of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong and the great Zhou Empire would be completely different. Each of the seven seas of heaven origin world was extraordinary, and they all had different characteristics. Although Ocean's power couldn't flow out like the Nether Ocean and Spirit Ocean, no one would dare to invade as long as they guarded Ocean. The dragon race occupied the Mystic Ocean as their ancestral land, and this had been proven many times over the years. Xianmen Tianzong, who was already looked up to by most people in the world, had his strength soar once again. The three mountains were in the hands of the celestial sect, and Lin Feng might refine Ocean. This news was even more shocking than the destruction of Liang Pan and Zhu Hanguo. Both the Grand Imperial Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens had fallen into the hands of Xianmen Tianzong. At this moment, their influence was also overshadowed by the changes in Yingxi. Obtaining the Yinghai Ocean might still be relatively limited in terms of external aggression to Xianmen Tianzong's strength, but it was incomparable to other changes in the expansion of the internal foundation of the sect. When the news spread, the entire heaven primal world surged. All the experts who received the news were shocked. Not only were there powerful auras rushing towards the East Sea from the Divine Land, but even the realm passageway connecting the East Sea to the vast infinite mainland was in turmoil as several powerful demonic auras attempted to pass through. Everyone gathered near the stable domain passage that connected the East Sea of the Divine Land to the Ying Sea. Although they were also on guard against each other, they had a tacit understanding not to have any conflicts. Everyone's attention was now on the Ying Sea. The almighty experts who were usually decisive fell into a short period of chaos and silence. They were restless but restrained. No one could be certain of the situation in the Ying Ocean. The veracity of the news also needed to be verified. However, if it was really possible for Lin Feng to refine the Ying Ocean, both the human race and the demon race would not be happy to see this. However, relatively speaking, most of the human race experts came more out of curiosity. On one hand, they were extremely close to Xianmen Tianzong and shared his glory. On the other hand, they were powerless to interfere. Even so, most of the human race experts had rather complicated feelings. As for the great demons, they were much more restless. Meanwhile, in the Ying Ocean, Lin Feng's Brontosaurus clone had already refined the Fangzong Immortal Mountain. The three immortal mountains were officially in his hands. At this moment, Lin Feng vaguely felt that his mind seemed to be connected with the entire Ing Ocean. The vast and endless Ing Ocean seemed to have become a part of his body. His consciousness could transcend at any time and overlook every inch of the entire Ing Ocean, watching the waves rise and the clouds disappear. He was neither forward nor backward, neither up nor down, neither left nor right. He was eternally in the center. With the 3 immortal mountains in my hands, I can indeed become the Lord of the Ing Ocean. However, I'm only on the right track now. I still need some time to refine them completely. Lin Feng understood and smiled. The Brontosaurus clone sat on the Fangzhang Immortal Mountain and looked into the void far away. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm overjoyed that the future glazed Buddha Lord has arrived." Suddenly, a spot of light flashed in the void. It was quiet and natural without worry or annoyance. In the light, a Buddha with a body like colored glass and 48,000 arms sat upright. His arms were spread out, and there seemed to be a star flashing in the palm of each hand. The future glazed Buddha Lord looked calm and expressionless, but upon closer inspection, he seemed to be smiling. He looked at Lin Feng and sighed. Lin Feng's original body was not here, but he could still sense where he was. It seemed that obtaining the 3 mountains and becoming the Lord of the Ing Ocean was already an indisputable fact. The future glazed Buddha Lord waited for the yin and yang life and death formation and Ding of Shenzhou to leave Zhu Yi's body, and the divine light of domination dissipated before approaching the previous battlefield. Even though Zhu Yi's divine sense and Dharma power were comparable to cultivators in the Dharma-ending realm after he returned to the void, and the Book of Changes was good at deduction, he could only leave a faint mark on his heart platform. The future glazed Buddha Lord was undoubtedly the top figure in the world when it came to karma and deceiving heaven's secrets. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his divine sense and Dharma power were growing rapidly compared to when he was just born. It seemed to go against common sense, but it was also reasonable. It was very mysterious. Lin Feng waved his hand, and his Dharma power wrapped around the Grand Emperor Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens, throwing them into the yin and yang life and death formation. The Golden Nirvana Bridge also entered the formation and suppressed it together with Ding of Shenzhou. At the same time, Brontosaurus's doppelganger revealed his original body. His body was like light and illusion, constantly changing between the illusory Dharma body of light and the real body of flesh and blood. The golden front right claw waved, and a black and white light ball also fell into the yin and yang life and death formation. The yin and yang life and death formation operated rapidly. In just a moment, light spots slowly flew out of the formation and landed in front of the future glazed Buddha Lord. Each and every one of those specks of light exuded a sense of freedom. Shockingly, they were sarairas. These sarairas had been refined by Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu into the Grand Emperor Palace and the Great Wheel of Heavens. Now, they were being refined by Lin Feng bit by bit. Although the speed was slow, the scene was miraculous. The future glazed Buddha Lord stared at the black and white light balls that fell into the yin and yang life and death formation. Then he looked at the sarairas that fell in front of him silently, outside the Ying Sea, near the entrance of the domain passage, just as everyone was about to make a move. The void suddenly broke open. A white-haired young man with a tranquil expression but a cold aura appeared. After a slight pause, everyone's aura rose even higher. They instantly recognized that this white-haired young man was the 3rd disciple of the Profound Gates Master, Lin Feng, the Supreme Exalted Wang Lin. Wang Lin's infamy was known throughout the heavens origin world. However, everyone here was a top expert, and Wang Lin couldn't stop them. However, Wang Lin's expression was calm and gentle. After he appeared, He pointed with his hand, and a ray of light flew into the sky. An illusory scene of light and shadow suddenly appeared on the surface of the East Sea. In the light and shadow, the white jade immortal mountain was shrouded by layers of purple clouds. The bottom of the mountain was dark and silent, and the branches of the colorful treasure tree at the top of the mountain were swaying. A purple-clothed young man sat cross-legged on the trunk of the tree. He looked calm, but he seemed to be at the center of the universe and the base of creation. He was hard to fathom and measure. It was Lin Feng himself, and beside Lin Feng, a girl with peerless beauty stood quietly, not saying a word. Looking at the figures of Lin Feng himself and the woman, all the experts above the East Sea were silent. Some people had the idea of joining forces with others and acting together. However, it happened so suddenly that they couldn't coordinate and discuss. If Lin Feng and the celestial sect of Xian currently have 2 celestial mountains in their hands, then both the human race and the demon race will plan better, contact, and discuss in order to suppress and intercept the celestial sect of Xian. Next time the Ying Sea went out to sea and the 3 mountains appeared, Xianmen Tianzong would be the target of everyone. Some of the forces of the human clan and the demon clan might even reach a tacit agreement to target Xianmen Tianzong together. However, when the news came out, Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong fairy mountains had all fallen into Lin Feng's hands. Some top experts couldn't even come here in person, let alone cooperate with each other. This sudden blow from the celestial sect of wonders caused the entire world to see stars and feel dizzy. When they came back to their senses, they looked at Lin Feng himself, who seemed to be going to arrive at any time, and Xian Li, who was beside him. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even if they were prepared in advance, Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong clearly didn't care about the news being leaked. As the number 1 holy land in the newly promoted divine continent, the celestial sect of 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 the celestial. Some people even comforted themselves in their hearts after obtaining Ying Sea. We have enough to defend, but not enough to attack. The situation isn't too bad, not too bad. Although they said so, even those who thought so felt bitter in their mouths. Lin Feng's voice came from the illusion of light and shadow. The 7 seas of Tianyuan are mysterious. Our sect happened to obtain Ying Sea by chance. I was going to announce it to the world later, but I didn't expect everyone to come to congratulate me in advance. As a result, I'm sorry for neglecting you. It's just some wine, please excuse me. Wang Lin stood in the void with his hands behind his back under the illusion of light and shadow. He did not say anything. The void beside him cracked open, and his first disciple, Li Xingfei, walked out. She bowed at the void and slowly raised her hands. Streams of light flew in all directions in the sky. In each stream of light, there was a white jade cup that was filled with fragrance and rich spiritual power. Countless lights and shadows were reflected in the wine, floating and evolving many mysterious principles. Someone in the void let out a long sigh. He took the cup and drank it in one go. Congratulations to the master of the celestial sect for becoming the owner of Ying Sea. You're the fortune of the divine land. After saying that, he turned around and left. Subsequently, more and more people drank the wine in their cups and sighed with complicated expressions. Congratulations to the master of the celestial sect for becoming the owner of Ying Sea. Powerful auras disappeared in the void one after another. East Sea regained its calmness, as if everything that happened earlier was just an illusion.